Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Lugo. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Great. So I'm going to start 9:05 a.m. Good morning. This is the December 11th, 2024 commutation session of the Board of Pardons and Paroles being held at Garner Correctional Institution. My name is Parole Officer Furtado, and I am the hearing coordinator for today's session. Additional board staff are also present to assist. Presiding over today's hearing will be Chairperson Zaccanini, who will now say a few words.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jennifer Medina Zaccanini, chairperson for today's commutation hearing. Other members of the board joining me today are Nancy Turner and Rafaro Berry. Welcome to everyone. The people of the state of Connecticut have vested the Board of Pardons and Paroles with the power to grant commutations of punishment, releases, and pardons, conditioned or absolute, for convictions in the state. A commutation, if granted, may result in a reduction of your sentence. The board may also decide to release you from your sentence. In considering if to grant any form of relief, the board looks at, among other things, the nature and seriousness of the crime, its impact on any victim, the length of time that has elapsed since the commission of the crime, any efforts the applicant has made towards rehabilitation during their incarceration, and any compelling or exceptional circumstances. As an applicant to be heard today, your case has been reviewed thoroughly by the board. I wish you the best. The hearing coordinator will give you information now.
Please note, if there have been any changes to your conviction status or you have had any new arrests since filing your application for relief with the board, you must disclose such information to the board today. Additionally, without exception, any form of commutation granted by the board today may be revoked at any time for good cause shown. As stated by the chair, your application has been fully reviewed by the board. The board is familiar with your case, has read and examined your written submissions, including any written letters in support or against your application for a commutation. The panel members have copies of those letters in their files and have completely and thoroughly reviewed those files in preparation for today's hearing. There is no need to repeat what has already been submitted in writing. The purpose of your appearance today is to allow you to make a brief presentation to the board while adding any information that is not already in your file. You are required to tell the board why you are seeking relief. The board may issue a decision to you today. However, you will also receive a letter by mail informing you of the board's decision within 2 weeks. Mr. Lugo, as part of your testimony today, you are required to be sworn in. Please raise your right hand. The appropriate response to this testament is I do. Do you solemnly swear and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon the penalty of perjury?
Yes. I swear.
The appropriate response is I do.
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Lugo, please state your name and inmate number clearly for the record.
My name is Jorge Edgardo Lugo, number 269047.
Thank you. With the board's permission, you may proceed to explain why you believe you deserve relief. Or if you wish to have your attorney make an opening statement, you may do so. Then you may address the board after. The decision is yours.
Let my attorney.
Okay. Attorney Tabas, please clearly state your name and juris number for the record.
Alexander Taubes, 437388.
Thank you, Attorney Tabas. You may begin your opening statement.
Thank you, members of the Board of Pardons and Paroles. I'm very proud to be representing Mr. Lugo today, who provides an example within the prison walls of how to deal with the situation that he's been placed in. Having committed a horrible crime at a very young age, Mr. Lugo has essentially spent all of his adult life in prison. But from the testimonials of the Department of Corrections staff, I counted over 30 work reports. It seems to me that Mr. Lugo, in the environment that he's been in, has done everything possible to become a dependable, reliable, and mature adult. And I believe that his rehabilitation is very extraordinary. The extraordinary rehabilitation and growth that Mr. Lugo has shown, I think, springs from his full acceptance of responsibility and from his hard work in the work programs that he's done, as well as in his rehabilitative programming. He's taken essentially every program that he could possibly take and more. He's worked very hard to get into these programs, given the length of his sentence. And within these programs, he has absolutely not wasted his time. He has applied himself, and he has consistently received great marks, excellent marks from the Department of Corrections staff. I also want to highlight Mr. Lugo's work during the COVID-19 pandemic, when there was a lot of chaos in the facilities, a lot of programs were shut down, and there were a lot of problems. But Mr. Lugo was not a problem. Mr. Lugo, throughout the entire pandemic, had no disciplinary issues, and in fact, was part of the intensive deep cleaning work unit and received extremely high remarks, which are included in the package. We're always here today because of a horrible crime that took place. In this case, Mr. Lugo has shown that the extraordinary and compelling circumstances that would warrant a look at the sentence he received for that crime and whether or not society would be better served by a smoother reintegration of Mr. Lugo into society. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lugo, did you want to give a statement as well?
Yes.
Go ahead.
During my time, I've been trying to rehabilitate myself. I also attended college courses, try to better myself so I can use some tools so I can go to the world and use it for myself, but not just me, so I can help others out there in the streets. So they can learn from my mistakes, so I can teach them and learn from my mistakes so they can empower themselves within me, you know?
Okay. Okay, are you done with your statement, sir?
Yes.
Thank
I
you.
think you had a statement prepared, Mr. Lugo. You want to read what you prepared?
Yeah. I got a
That was a
letter
chance.
here. I got a letter here.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Good morning. Much blessings to everybody attending today. My name is Jorge Lugo. On June 25, 2005, I ruined a lot of people's lives. Both our families were victimized by my action, which had taken a life, the life of Luis Delgado. I was given a chance to say something in my hearing, but for my cowardice and immaturity, I didn't choose to give one. I was an idiot, a coward, selfish, inconsiderate, naive, and above all, a monster. Today, I would like to say I'm truly sorry to the Delgado family and everybody that loved him as well. I've taken away an amazing man, an amazing son, an amazing father, an amazing brother. I've taken someone special away from all this world. A special light to those that Luis Delgado have shined his light to. I'm sorry for taking that light away. He has so much to give to everybody he loved and around him, full of life, and just like that, taken away by a coward like me, the person speaking to you at this very moment. So, Mr. Delgado, I'm truly sorry for taking your son away. No parent should be going through no grief like I have put you through. To Daniela Delgado, I'm truly sorry for taking your father away from you like I have. Missing every opportunity through the years on making precious moments and to impacting your life for the best. To Hipólito Delgado, I'm truly sorry for taking your brother away. By taking that better half of you, I have stopped that brotherly growth, that bond you had all your life with. I'm sorry for scarring your life. To those that were in his life, I'm so sorry for taking him away from all of you. I've taken a friend from you, more of a brother to you, for those that relate to this mutual feeling. From the bottom of my heart, I give my sincere condolence to the Delgado family and friends. I'm truly sorry. To my family, I would like to apologize. I brought shame, disgrace, cowardly acts to our family. I will be restoring our family's values and faith for the remainder of my time being. I apologize for not being there when I was needed the most. I apologize for not being there in your time of grief. I apologize for not being there to help you when nobody else was there. For my actions, I lost time with my son, and now he is in a similar position as his father, which is being incarcerated for not being there to be his father. I done lost a brother to a senseless act of violence, won't be able to share moments and talk nor see any longer. Have lost family members while being incarcerated for action I will be questioning myself for the rest of my life if I could have made a difference. I hope one day you'll be able to forgive me on all I have done to our family and earn back your respect and trust. I truly apologize. During my incarceration, I went through a phase I'm definitely not proud of. While I first intended going to programs, I thought of it as a joke, but after a while, I think to be questioning myself. Today, the man you see before you, I worked really hard over the years with the proper help and assistance of the Department of Corrections and staff. For such programs there are, and were amazing and essential for my growth. It's incredible how I'm able to see in a whole new point of perception, putting everything I learned from my mentors to good use, looking at everything at a new point of view, improving, making myself useful for the upcoming future. Give it a chance to enter back to society, I would like to put my plans into fruition, joining the cause to empowering the youth, giving them the chance like it was given to me. I don't want to see no more children falling to senseless acts or any other crime. If I can reach one at a time, I will be impacting their life to achievements and seeking for a brighter future. As I'm still learning about myself, I enjoy helping others. Will be putting my time on helping those that are needed in need of a hand. Joining a organization if one exists to the passion I have upon helping them in dire need. I definitely know there will be a journey ahead of me, but with my family at my side and faith within me, I will overcome obstacles ahead. I would like to say thank you to the state of Connecticut Board of Pardons on Paroles for giving me the chance to be here. Above all, thank you for giving me the chance once again to apologize to the Gallo family. I'm truly sorry for the action I have taken that resulted in losing your loved one. I'm so sorry.
Okay, is that the end of your statement, sir?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Lugo. Is this the first chance you've had to apologize to the victim's family?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lugo, thank you for that opening statement. As the officer stated earlier, the panel has reviewed your materials extensively, your case, which included your application, a letter from your attorney, a summary of the interview that you had with the parole officer, the certificates and evaluations from the facility, disciplinary report history, letters of support from various family members, the police report from the time of the offense, and your PSI. So we're very well versed in your case. We do have additional questions for you. When we're done with our questioning, we'll turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services for input. And then we have input from the State's Attorney's Office here today. After everyone presents their case, we will deliberate and give you our decision here today. Okay?
Okay.
We'll begin our questioning with my colleague, Ms. Turner.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So I understand in this case, you did not know the two people that you shot. Is that correct?
Yes.
You
know.
went over to confront a person by the name of Victor,
Yes.
who you thought was causing problems for your son's mother at a bar.
Yes.
Uh-huh. And on your way out to be a hero to her, you brought a firearm with you.
Yes.
Why did you have the gun?
I brought it for protection, for protecting myself just in case anything out the ordinary happened.
Did you always leave the house with the gun?
No.
How long did you have the gun?
I had it about a few months
Where did you acquire it?
from the streets.
So you weren't trained in how to use it, how to handle it, how to clean it and so forth?
No.
Okay. So you hear the absurdity that you thought you could protect yourself with a gun you didn't know how to use.
Yes.
And here is the end result, is that two people you were intending to harm were shot by you.
Yes.
You haven't taken the Voices program, correct?
I believe not.
Okay. So, I'm asking because you did a nice job with your apology. You really do seem to appreciate the ripple effect of your crime on this family, because these were two brothers who were shot. One survived and the other didn't. And all of their loved ones, and the impact on the children of growing up without a father, that kind of thing. So, that was appropriate of you. It was probably long overdue, and you did a nice job with it. So, you got your high school diploma in 2020. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You've been incarcerated since 2006. And between that time and your last DR in 2018, I'm just curious why it took you so long to get your high school diploma. Was it a change of multiple facilities? Was it you were focused on a job instead of your education? Was it the DRs keeping you out of school? What was it?
I had a wake up moment. I was trying to through all the time while I was attending school through other facilities. I kept getting myself in trouble. So I got here, and by the things I was looking and seeing, I started realizing myself, like, I know, like I was acting like that. And I was like, I told myself that's foolish. It's time for me to start manning up and grow up. So I started attending programs.
Okay, so what brought about that insight? Where were you and what was the circumstance?
Like my surroundings. I started looking at other inmates, and I just started looking like that's foolishness. Started imagining myself when I was acting like that when I was younger, and in the beginning of my time being incarcerated for this. And I was
when
like,
would you say that change started coming about in you? How long ago?
As soon as I started entering programs, like I would say a couple of years ago, I was like, it's time to act like how I need to be like a man, and for my family to have the man that they need in their life, you know.
So talk to me a little bit about your intoxication tickets. I see one from 2018, one in 2015. What were you doing?
I was just making drinks and drinking until I had.
So it's Bruno?
Yes.
Okay, and you were producing it yourself, not just buying it off of someone to drink?
Yes.
Okay.
And I just said that time, I said that was enough. Like I didn't want to get in trouble no more. No.
Were you selling it to make money?
Yes.
Okay, that's always very concerning to me because you have a lot of people that are incarcerated because of their substance use and their addiction issues. So, it's like selling drugs out in the community. You cause a lot of harm, not just to the person you're selling to, but to everybody else in their lives. And here you're incarcerated with people in different stages of dealing with their addictions, their in different stages of recovery, and you're making money off of them and, you know, contributing to the violation of the rules and the disruptive environment because, you know, we know people don't act right when they're under the influence, right?
Mhm.
So talk to me about your choice to do that in a correctional facility.
That's why I stopped making it. I don't want to influence nobody in a negative way. You know, they don't.
So these DRs are 3 years apart. Were you doing that pretty much as a matter of routine over those 3 years?
No, I just like made it here and there when I was in need of money. But I'd rather have no money than have people acting that type of way.
And exploiting them.
You could say exploiting them. You know.
Yeah. And making it harder for those who are trying to, you know, embrace recovery and live clean and sober to have that floating around in the environment there in prison.
Yeah. But I'd rather.
So you also had a couple of assaultive disciplinary issues, some against DOC personnel. Why did those things happen? Why were you being violent in prison towards the correctional officers?
Like once at one of them tickets, like let's like you be able to see one way, but in the truth, you don't be able to see the whole picture around here because they put it like, you know, like they be disrespectful, and you just gotta take there and just take it. So when you speaking, like try to tell them like calm down and stuff like that, and they keep going disrespecting you and in front of everybody, in front of their staff, things end up out of control, and that's how it happened towards me. You know, and I just
So
took it
it's
a
you
little.
not being able to deal with the way you're being treated, so you use violence towards authority?
It was like that, but now I just walk away and I just try to call brass or staff and talk to them to, you know, assess the situation so they can correct it themselves instead of me. You know, just correct it the right way. Instead of.
Do you disagree with how the disciplinary reports were written?
No, they wrote it the right way because, you know, I took it further than what it was supposed to. I set the actions of that. But as I learned, I'd rather talk to a supervisor, a superior, tell him, and they can access it and situate the situation themselves. No.
I'm glad to see that you've taken the appropriate steps to correct your behavior there in the facility and not cause further harm, because you're in on an assault one and murder conviction. And when we see continued assaultive behavior in the facility, it's hard to appreciate that someone is changing and that someone will go out and behave in accordance with our laws. So you want to sponsor to your sister in North Carolina?
Yeah.
And what will you do to support yourself? What are your future plans?
If I go over there, I start a job immediately. Be working a landscaper.
I imagine they have milder winters down in North Carolina and Connecticut.
To me.
For landscaping, I mean,
Yeah.
that doesn't. tend to
Yeah.
go on in the winters here.
Yeah,
But you're working on an associate's degree. What are your educational plans?
yeah, I'll be able to complete that. I'll be trying to see if I can open a business of my own, but I want to do that to work my way down to my future dreams, because I like architectural. So down the road, if one step get me closer to there, I'll be able to do that. But I just gotta take little baby steps to get there. So with my business associates, I'll be able to open more doors or create a business of my own.
What kind of business are you wanting to run?
I'd like to open an architectural business, but I'll be able to. I got a lot of things in mind, because if I could be a partner associate or landscaping, or I could do real estate to the business, because they got an interior, exterior. So what I like to do as architecture, that's one of my things right there. Real estate, or whatever job they be able to have for me out there in the world that I can see I can get.
We did read the work reports, the support letters that were sent in from your family members. Thank you for being a cleaner during the pandemic and helping to keep other people safe and alive there in the facility. That kind of effort doesn't go without recognition. It was a very difficult time in our world. What kinds of things did you learn in terms of your forming a work ethic in these positions that you've held in the facilities that's going to serve you well when you're back in the community?
It helped me out with communicating with others better. It helps me work with others. And the patience level, it helps me out. Just being around others, because I was more of a solitary man. But now, like, as well, helping, and I enjoy it helps me, like I enjoy helping others as well. Doing that, that's what I learned.
Well, those are all important ways of being in a workplace and supporting the mission of whatever the job is that you're doing. How old was your son when this happened?
1.5.
23. Your son was 1.5.
Yeah.
So he's approaching 20 now.
21. He's 21 now.
Okay. And where is he serving his sentence? North
New
Carolina?
Jersey.
New
New
Jersey.
Jersey. Yeah.
And you're able to communicate with him through family members? Is that what I
Yes.
read? Okay.
Yes.
All right. What are your thoughts about what's happened in his life as a result of the choices you made in 2005?
I take a whole full responsibility for everything. I don't feel like I know, because of me, he's in there as well. Because if I could have been out there, he could have been doing something else positive. Could have been going to school or finishing school. Taught him right. Or my actions, when me not being in his life, I feel like I put him there.
How do you help him navigate his sentence?
If I'll be able to join society again, I'll try to reach out to him more and show him that if I could do it, he could do it as well, and try to be on top of him, try to get him right so he could be doing the right things and follow his father's footsteps, so he could have a bright future like I will.
Is he receptive to your messages of, encouragement and guidance?
Yes. But he listened to what I say, when I'm able to reach out. It gets him emotionally happy.
So he's almost halfway through his 20-year sentence?
He said, can you please say that again?
He's about halfway through his sentence, and you are end of sentence in 2045. So he's apt to be out before you,
Yeah.
if you were to serve your whole sentence.
Yes.
It's just incredibly tragic. I hope, Mr. Lugo, as you go forward, that you'll find a way to forgive yourself for the situation that your son put himself in. I know you weren't there to guide him, and that was a tremendous loss in his life. But, and I appreciate your sense of responsibility for where he is now, but if you don't find some way to make peace with that, it can really haunt you.
It haunts me every day ever since my crimes that I committed.
And I'm sure being inside and hearing about what was happening in his life, the path that he went down, is very troubling.
Yes.
Well, thank you for talking with me, Mr. Lugo. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Okay, so Mr. Lugo, I read in your file that you yourself were shot twice, right?
Yes.
How old were you when you were shot?
I want to say in my young 20s. Probably,
2000. Yeah, I think it was in 2000, so it would have been 5 years. Yeah, maybe 4 years, so maybe 20. Why were you shot?
I try to help a friend, try to resolve a situation, and ended up being a setup, and I got shot up in the process.
What were your injuries as a result of the shootings?
2 holes in the back of my back.
2 holes in your, wow.
Yeah.
You're lucky to even be alive.
Yeah.
So at that time, did you not learn anything from that event about guns?
And so I'm sorry to say it, but in the way that I've been out there in the streets, it was out there to be safe with carrying a gun. Because walking out there in the streets where I was at, it was not even safe to even go to the streets or go to the corner store or anything without being looking over your shoulders. No, my intention wasn't causing violence to others or anything. I just try to be out there and just survive, make it another day.
I mean, if it was so dangerous where you were, did you ever think about relocating, going somewhere else?
In that city, everywhere you went, it's the same place. You know, the only place to be safe is leaving the state. You know, but in my current situation, a currency, I can't leave.
Okay. I understand that. When you went to the pub that night, did you think that maybe the other men would have weapons?
No.
Then why would you bring yours?
Just in case.
In case what?
Anything that happened out there,
So you were prepared
Yeah.
to shoot someone?
if it came to the need, but I thought that my life was on the line. My intention wasn't to shoot anybody. My
Well, I
intention
mean,
was-
you really weren't in any danger because you were in the safety of your home, right?
yeah,
I mean, was there ever any thought to maybe call the police for help if you thought your girlfriend was in danger?
I just reacted, just going out there to find out
Yeah,
what was the whole situation about.
yeah.
The next thing you know,
So if you were in a similar situation today and your girlfriend, wife, child, whoever, someone close to you called and said, hey, somebody just assaulted me, how would you handle that today?
so they got called 911. That's the proper way to do it.
Or maybe tell them, get out of there, come home. It's time, the night's over. It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah,
Time to leave,
unless they tell you call 911.
right?
Or let them handle it, open the case, instead
Right.
of me, what I did.
Yeah. And you didn't know either of these victims at all? You've never seen them before?
No,
What about the person who you thought assaulted this Victor or Rob, whatever, I don't know what his real name was. Did you know who that person was?
no,
No. Okay. All right. Because the club was next to your home, right? Pretty close.
yes.
That was that a place that you frequented? Did you go there often?
Yeah, here and there. Well, I never met them in my life.
At the time of your offense, you had a protective order with this woman as well, right? Your girlfriend?
Yeah,
Why?
we I had like domestic dispute.
So you weren't even
Really?
supposed to be together?
We weren't supposed to be together. No.
Wow.
Uh,
So if you were following the rules and the law, there wouldn't even have been a situation.
yes.
That's unfortunate. Yeah. Okay. Very sad to hear about your son, your brother. I mean, this is just like tragic all around. And of course, for the victim's family, one of them was. Do you know anything about the injuries that your second victim sustained?
As far as I know, he just had how you say bullet wounds in him, and how you say a bag for his bodily functions.
I mean, that's major, right?
Yeah.
That affects you for the rest of your life. And that's the physical stuff. We haven't even addressed any of the emotional, psychological trauma that you caused. And of course, the loss of the loved one. They were siblings. So just, yeah, a lot of damage done in both of your families. Okay, so my colleague mentioned your work history. I understand you've been working since 2012. Is that right?
I want to say yeah.
Have you been a tierman the entire time?
Yes. Been chairman now. I'm working as a laundryman, taking care of other people's laundries.
Oh, you did laundry prior to
No,
that?
I'm
How
doing-
many years? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm doing that now.
Oh, you're doing laundry now. How long have you been doing laundry?
A few months right now. I started this year.
Okay, but prior to that, for 12 years, you were a tierman?
Yes.
Okay.
I go to other blocks when I'm needed, because I do the floors, cleaning, buffing, wherever they need me. I just tell them, just call me, and I just show up and I just do it. And I go back to my block and
Okay,
do my job.
okay,
But I help throughout the facility if they ever need me. It's
okay.
volunteer.
And what college courses are you taking now?
Business associates.
Is that the name of the class?
Yes, I'm a housatonic, but my business, the class is for business associates. Right now, I just finished sociology.
Okay, so you're attending school through Housatonic, is that what you said, community college?
Yes, the Pell program.
Right, okay, so you just finished the sociology class. Are you in any classes now?
Yes, I got one more on Thursday, but finish that one, and be done for this semester.
Oh, okay, that's a sociology class?
Yeah.
Okay, and how many credits do you have now? Is this your first class?
No, this is my third semester right now.
Okay, how many credits have you completed?
I want to say about to be 9 or 12 credits, because we only get three credits
Right,
for each class.
so when you finish
So-
on Thursday, that'll be 12 credits?
I want to say yes,
Okay,
but next semester be math, so it'd be like 6 credits.
okay. Is school hard for you?
No, it's easy.
Oh, good, okay.
No,
All right, I hope you'll stick with it.
I thought it was hard, but I was intimidated even in the world thinking about college. But once I just stepped in and went through it, I like, oh, this is easy. At the same time, they open your mind to different possibilities of way of thinking. Yeah.
Okay. I too was concerned about your disciplinary reports. I mean, you've had 13 since you came in on June of '05. And they're serious ones. You know, these are not little tickets that we disregard. Assault on DOC employee, multiple intoxications, threatening, assault, fighting. They're serious tickets. I mean, it looks like you really have struggled over the years. Did there come a point where you realized the harm you were doing to yourself by picking up these disciplinary reports?
Yeah, that's when I started realizing my surroundings and the way I was acting. It was no good, you know. I started seeing that.
Was that in 2018? I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm fast talker. Was it in 2018 that you came to this realization?
Yeah, to open my last ticket. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so about 6 years ago. Is that also when you took full responsibility for this offense and started to express remorse?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I started going to programs.
Yeah.
Was, you know, started seeing everything, and the death of family members. I started feeling that as well.
Yeah, I did make a note that your programming started, like, it looks like 2019. What were you doing before that?
I was just laid back and just observing and looking at everything like I just want to be far away and not be bothered.
Okay.
But
Yeah. Okay. So my last question, and this is a tough question. I'll let you know beforehand. You've been incarcerated for 19 and a half years of a 40-year sentence. So murder's not a parole eligible offense, but if it was, you wouldn't even be eligible for parole yet. It's less than half of your time at this point. Do you believe you've served enough time for the offenses you committed?
to tell you the truth, I would say no. No. Because when I said murder is murder, and we said you should be serving your time. But
I appreciate your honesty.
I taking somebody's life, that's unforgivable and something I'm ashamed of, you know.
And I do believe that you're remorseful. I hear you, and I do believe that you've come to that point in your life.
Something I have to live with.
Yeah. Thank you for speaking with me, sir. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Ms. Berry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Lugo, you've spoken at colleagues, and I just made notes as you were speaking with them at their questions. And I want to kind of get a clear understanding. One, so I'm just curious to know, what did your girlfriend at the time say to Victor or Rob or whoever he was in the club that prompted him to hit her? Do you know?
No, when she called me on the phone hysterically,
Mm-hmm.
she told me that some guy punched her in the face.
Mhm.
So
But she never told you what she said to him. That, I mean, people just don't punch people in the face. What did she say to him? Did she do something to him?
No, she never told me what she said, or never got to that point, or her telling me what happened to this day.
So, I mean, as an adult now, I mean, would you have asked? That would be one of the first things that I asked. If someone called me talking about someone punched them in the face, I would have said, well, what happened? You know,
Yes.
but nonetheless, that was one of the things that I had written. And you and this lady now have no relationship whatsoever, aside from this, your child in common.
Yes, we talked once, probably very few blue moon or something like that, but we don't hardly talk like that. We
So
used
was
to.
you used to, but not any longer. You're not in any kind of relationship aside from the kids.
Yes.
21. So was she ever charged with anything?
No, she was not.
And it's my understanding that after, so you guys were in the club. So you grabbed your gun, you went down to the club. Did you go inside?
No, it was outside.
Everything happened outside. So there was never any confrontation inside the club where it moved outside.
No, everything was outside.
Okay.
I was at home when I was getting a phone call.
And so you came outside and she said, that's the guy who did it. That's the guy who did it. And then you said what?
I didn't tell her nothing. I just walked up to him and told him what, and told him, not at first. I asked him what was the problem with him and my son's mother. And he just looked at me with a smirk. That's when I decided to
Punch in the face.
assault him. Yeah, I punched him.
Okay. So once you punched him, that's when his cousins or whatever came to his aid.
Yes.
And then you thought you were going to be jumping, so you pulled out your firearm. So after you did all this, you guys went home and went to sleep?
Not immediately, but we was just looking through the window, stuff like that. And
But you had so did you know that the person that you shot was dead?
not at first, but
Did you see him fall?
Because I halfway, that's when I took off. When everything just happened so fast, I just took off halfway when he was going down.
And you just went home and went to sleep. And what did you do with the gun?
When I was running, it came off of me. And when the officer got me in, the officer detective came and got me in the house, I told him, and we went back to go look for it. Where it fell off, it was gone.
I just think that, as my colleagues have said to you, that, all of this could have been avoided just by asking additional questions. And I was very disturbed in reading that you guys went home and went to sleep after you had just shot and possibly killed, two people, because two people were actually struck. Let's move forward. So now we're in court and reviewing your documents, and I apologize because there were so many. I kind of get things mixed up. But I know at some point in your file, I saw that you pled not guilty to murder. Is that right?
I can't even answer that question because I cannot even recall. As far as I know, I copped out. I didn't even decide to go to trial until I
Right,
copped
but
out.
at some point, you pled guilty to the 40-year sentence that you received. And I see there was a second one for murder that you pled not guilty on 2/17/2006, and I'm not sure what that's. And then you got the assault one with a discharge of a firearm. Yeah. Okay, and so if there was never a time when you said that I wasn't personally responsible for this.
No, I copped out. I let them know it was me.
Okay, great.
I gave my own statement as well.
Okay. And so aside from this commutation, have you ever sought any other forms of relief?
No.
Okay. All right. And in reviewing your documents, I saw that you really didn't have much of a relationship with your father. But you guys have since reconnected?
Yes.
So in his letter of support, he says that that you plan to live with him and that he had a job for you at Unipro in New Jersey. So, but you're going to live with your sister?
That was at the plan. Like, if I chose, like, if I'm able to go to New Jersey, that's one of the options. If I'm able to go to North with my sister, that's another option. It's where they be able to let me go to if I'm able to go.
Well, it would be, you would have some say in that. And I just thought it was strange because you really didn't have much of a relationship with your father. And then all of a sudden you were going to sponsor to him. So I just thought that was concerning. Nonetheless, in a perfect world here today, I heard you say to my colleague that, you believe that your sentence, I'm not going to say it was appropriate, but you said that you think that after having served almost 50% of your sentence, that you think that you would be of the opinion that you should serve your time. In a perfect world, what would you suggest would happen today? So if we were to commute your sentence, what would you like to see happen?
You would do my sentence. If I'm able to make it to society, I'd like to see myself, renewing myself, starting all over again. But at the same time, I want to help. I want to help the youth to know that you do got a choice. You got time.
I think I understand what you're saying, but I'm specifically asking you. So if today you could say, I'm asking that you take 20 years off my sentence, or I'm asking that you take 10 years off my sentence. In a perfect world, I'm asking you to allow me to go home now. In a perfect world, what would you like to see happen today?
I can't even answer that question because, it'd be unfair to what I say, but I'll leave that towards your hands, to the party and paroles.
And one last question, and then I'm done. Did you know that it's almost the deceased victim's birthday?
No. And I told her apologize. And I told her apologize.
That's going to be very difficult, from the victim side, is to be going through this, and it's almost his birthday. To the date, his birthday's in 5 days.
I told her apologize to the family.
Yeah. Okay, I'm all set, Madam Chair.
I have one more question. So, Mr. Lugo, your support letters are all dated 2022. And you got notification of this hearing this year. So what were they writing support letters for? Did you have a sentence mod pending?
No, when I was trying to do this with commutation, I was having issues with the police department and that they to grab certain paper documents so I'd be able to go along with this commutation. That's why it's taking so long.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to clarify because that was, they're 2 years old now, these letters. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Lugo, we're done with our questioning at this time. So we will now turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services for input. Just ask that you not interrupt anything, okay? Ms. Hamlet-Williams, thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. I do have the victim's family. There appears to be some mix-up though. I see one of the family members on, and it was my understanding that they were all going to be together due at the same location. But it's looking like some of them are split up, so I've just been communicating with the main person now. Speak up on. Excuse me for one moment.
Just give us a minute. We're just trying to get someone on the line.
First, we'll be having the daughter of the victim who will be addressing the panel.
Daughter of the victim? Okay, thank you.
You may begin with your statement.
Yes.
Danielle Delgado. I am 32 years old. I was Lewis's oldest daughter. Okay, as I say this, just trying
I'm sorry, if you have the hearing on in the background, you're gonna have to turn that volume all the way down so you don't get the feedback, okay? You may begin.
Lewis's oldest daughter. I am 33 years old. The same age my father was when he was murdered. Day would eventually come I just didn't think it would be so soon. I understand that Mr. Lugo believes, he should get out and he deserves a second chance, but what second chance did my father have? He doesn't get a second chance or a do-over. I was 12 years old when you took him from me. And I found out that my dad was killed from a bucket that was collecting money for his funeral. To say to you, throughout the years I've turned in my head what I would say if I had the chance, and now that I'm here, I don't even know what to say. I just want you to know that I have 3 kids who now don't have a grandfather and every day ask me why. For me, when I'm married, I have to walk down the aisle alone because you took him. The least you could do is serve what you were given, what you were sentenced. That's the least you can do for this family.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Destiny, who will be addressing the board.
Due to the timing that they gave us, they were not here on time, so she's not here.
Okay.
So we're just gonna skip her for now and go to the next one, which will be the Des Moines one we will be reading.
Thank you. This next statement is from the son of the victim, and it reads, I just need to, can you press mute on your end for a moment? I am writing to express my deep concern regarding the potential release of Jorge Lugo, who was convicted for the death of my father, Luis Delgado. The pain and loss that this tragedy inflicted on me and my family remain profound and everlasting. I strongly believe that releasing Jorge Lugo would be a grave injustice, not only to my father's memory, but to our community's sense of safety and justice. The loss of my father has profoundly impacted my life and the lives of those who loved him. He was more than just a victim of a crime. He was a father, a brother, a son. Our family had to go countless years of pain and torture. My sisters and I had to endure the pain of having to grow up without our father being present. From what I was told, he was such an amazing person, always there for you when you needed him, having the most unconditional love for his family, and a person who made an irreplaceable impact on everyone around him. The trauma of losing him in such a violent way is something we have to live with every day. Granting release would not only deepen the wounds we have endured, but would also undermine the accountability that justice demands. The sentence imposed was intended to reflect the gravity of the crime, and to release him prematurely would send the message that my father's life and our suffering are worth less than the justice we were promised. I respectfully ask that you consider the lasting impact this crime has had on my family and deny any request for early release. My family deserves to feel that justice has been served, and my father deserves to be remembered with the dignity and respect that he was denied in death. Do you want to go with the next statement?
I think that was Savannah, correct, and Rita?
Yes. The next one.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Good day, members of the Board of Pardons and Parole. Thank you for taking the opportunity to hear a family statement. I'm Myra Delgado. I'm the sister of Luis Daniel and Hipólito Delgado, the victims. I will be speaking on behalf of my mother, Nereda Gonzalez Soto, my siblings, family, and friends. The following statement was created by all of us affected. It is sickening that we have been put into a situation in which we have to relieve the height of our trauma. We ask that you consider our brothers, Luis Daniel and Hipólito Delgado, as sons, fathers, brothers, spouses, family members, and friends. Thank you also for considering the impact of the horrendous, reckless, impulsive, and callous crimes on our family as a whole. We will deny the inmate the dignity of a name and will refer to him as deserved. Inmate 269047. Our family absolutely does not support the request for commutation or parole today or ever. Inmate 269047 recklessly destroyed our family with no regret for human life. The Honorable Judge Roland Chasano sentencing of inmate 269047 to 40 years was an insult and disregard the lifetime of loss, grief, and emotional torture that we are experiencing. He said this sentence would provide some closure for our family, and inmate 269047 would spend the rest of his youth and middle age behind bars. Those are lies. This sentence provides zero sense of closure. Commuting inmate 269047 sentence disregards the judge's statement about the inmate spending his youth and middle age in prison. His ability to even apply for commutation is disgusting, unjust, and nauseating. Commutation makes Judge Fasano worthless. With a commutation, inmate 269047 will enjoy middle age in the community as if he never committed a horrific murder and shooting. We feel inmate 269047 should have been sentenced to a life sentence in prison without the possibility of parole or commutation. Multiple lifetimes were lost. Luis Daniel Delgado lost his life. Hipólito Delgado agonizes daily, and we all will grieve forever. Inmate 269047 has also affected multiple generations of our family. Our mother remembers Luis Daniel as an adventurous child, a practical joker who loved cats and liked to play with all the kids in the neighborhood. He had many friends and was loved tremendously. In her own words, she reminds us, my son was funny, a person who enjoyed making others laugh, and a good person. I raised my children in the Pentecostal church. Dear Lugo was a drummer as a youth. He was honest, caring, respectful of others, and was also respected. He respected me, cared for me, and was affectionated. Overall, not perfect, but he was the kind of man that you want to call son, brother, father, husband, family, and friend. Luis was my closest child, always checking if I ate or needed anything. Our mother says, why should inmate 269047 ever have the opportunity as a violent murderer to enjoy a full, rebellious life? I have 2 sons and 3 daughters. Inmate 269047 has left me with only 1 son. Forever, Luis lost the ability to share his life with his 2 daughters and a son, to guide them to prosperous and successful adults that became. On every holiday, wedding, birthday, special events, there is emptiness. He would never spend another day being part of our family's life. Holidays are not the same. I do not celebrate, I suffer. All I see are my 4 children and Luis' empty chair. I see his gifts missing under the tree. Every New Year's Day, Luis came to say Happy New Year's and hug me tightly. His hugs and kisses are forever gone. I have faith and thank the Lord for saving one of my sons. I miss my other son and feel pain for my other children. I pray God will heal all of us. My husband says he sees me suffering too often. When I go to church, they pray for me and my family, but that doesn't erase our daily heartbreak. Because of inmate 269047, images of my murdered son lying there are burned in my mind forever. My other son was connected to machines, hanging on between life and death. I feel the pain, the hurt, and grief of that every day. There are rare positive moments when I remember something good or look at the pictures that I hold close to my heart. Inmate 269047's sentence was too short in exchange for my son's life, for my son's Luis' life, and Hipólito's eternal torment. I want inmate 269047 to serve his entire unjust sentence until 2045. I will never have to face this painful commutation process again, or even have to endure a parole hearing. I want him to think about what his heartless actions have cost. I want our testimony to truly let him feel the destruction he created, and someday I hope he has true remorse. Preparing our testimonies, I learned about the pain my son Hippolito has held in silence all these years and will hold forever. I know as a family we have healing work to do. Now we can try to help him heal openly through our great faith. I worry so much about him. For a while, Hippolito drowned himself in alcohol to deal with our continuous pain. I plead with him to stop drinking, and he has. I don't want to see him suffering and hurting any longer. There was more my mother could share about Louis' loss and the impact it has had on our family. But we also would like the board to remember that there were two victims and one continues to suffer every day. Hippolito was very similar to Louis, his sidekick. They were always together as kids and adults, our mom says. If Louis was going to do something daring or adventurous, Hippolito followed. They dreamed of careers as a firefighter and police officer, so much that they communicated with walkie-talkies at home. Once as kids, they called 911 to enjoy the fire trucks and sirens. When the Lambians Plaza building fell in Bridgeport, Louis convinced Hippolito to hop on their bikes and follow the smoke. It was miles away. They got home late and were grounded. They agreed it was worth the adventure. After this violent murder and attempted murder by inmate 269047, their souls were stolen. It ripped out Hippolito's heart, crushed their career dreams, and so much more. After the violent attack, neither had a chance to become who they wanted it to be. That night, Louis called and told me, "Sis, don't lock the door," because he was coming home late. I left the door locked. I had an inner feeling that he was not coming home, so I went back to lock it. 30 minutes later, my brothers were shot and one was murdered. I got a call from my ex-husband. He was screaming and crying because he saw what happened to my brothers. I could hear the sirens and noise in the background. My friend rushed us to the scene. I was praying all the way there. There was a body on the floor covered with a white blanket. My heart dropped. They would not let me see who was under the blanket. I was out of breath and just wanted to see who it was. My brother-in-law hugged and held me and told me it was Chanito. That is what we lovingly called Louis. My daughter and I fell to the ground and were then taken to the hospital. The waiting room was full of people screaming and crying. They put us in a room and told us that we needed to pray for Hippolito. His friend had a seizure from the stress and people were screaming for help. I blanked out, and when I came to, I saw a staff caring for my mother. They had something in her mouth to keep her from swallowing her tongue. She was also having seizures. It was pure hell and chaos. Hippolito was on the machines, bleeding profusely. His wife was 8 months pregnant, was there. We just prayed. He survived physically, but not emotionally. Hippolito was released in 5 days without surgery because the bullet went straight through his chest and lung. Caring for him was too much for his pregnant wife, so he came to my house. We had to plan a funeral, bury my brother, take care of Hippolito, and help his wife. We all helped each other. I got the call while I was making 2 bags for my son's birthday party, which I then canceled. My son's birthday is on the anniversary of Louis' murder and Hippolito's shooting. I didn't celebrate a single birthday for him until he was 16. My friends and family bought my son's cake just to sing happy birthday to him. I couldn't bring myself to celebrate his birthday or mine because Louis was buried on my birthday. Later, I realized that I had to stop living with the guilt and denying my son's celebration like his birthday. At one point, I was found lying over my brother's grave, sleeping after sobbing. My friends called for help, and they took me to the hospital. There, I realized I have to be the strongest for everyone because I am the oldest. I also saw that I was losing it. I got the help I needed to be there for my family. I saw so much and lost so much. My mental health is in a better place and focused on prayers and my faith. My mom has suffered with her mental health because of Louis' death. My sisters losing their way due to grief, my state of mind, and Hippolito using alcohol to hide the injuries and memories. She ended up in a psychiatrist's ward because she was suicidal and has been in treatment ever since. No one has been spared. We have the capacity for grace, but not regarding inmate 269047's commutation. I asked myself, but inmate 269047 do the honor of representing his beloved brother, Justice, who was also murdered, or will he let it go and let his brother's killers loose like if nothing happened, the way he expects us to do today? We are grateful to know inmate 269047 was caught. There are many other families who never found out who killed their loved ones. However, when they sentenced inmate 269047 to only 40 years, we felt like we were being brought for justice. Inmate 269047 is a murderer and attempted murderer. As far as inmate 269047 commutation goes, let us be clear. We want him to serve every day of his 480-month sentence while we serve a lifetime in jail. There is not much for him to do other than accomplish some level of education programs and truth, not to get into more trouble. Is that what he accomplished just for show? When he was out here, why did he do these things instead of going around shooting and murdering innocent people? Prove that he is also a domestic abuser who violated a protective order. He had the audacity to shoot my brother Luis twice, to murder him, and attempt to murder Hippolito with one shot to the chest. Shouldn't he have the fearlessness, moral, and mental strength to face the consequences of what he has done? Just how he fearlessly destroyed our family. We ask you to consider his cowardly choices. His murderous body's behavior tells you he really is. He speaks for itself. Believe it. Inmate 269047 pleaded guilty to the first sentence they offered, so he would not face any more time. Inmate 269047 proved he had no regard for the court since he violated his protective order. Kept the gun even though he was arrested for domestic abuse. He carried a gun illegally and has been callous in words and actions. We found out that he sued the state because he was not able to receive the witch's crap and multi-national Wiccan Bible to practice the Wiccan faith for several reasons. What does this say about these characters? Faith, negativity, and darkness. Finally, and worst of all, when he was sentenced, the prosecutor said inmate 269047 told police, I figured the first one that was going to come at me was going to get it, and the second one would too. He would not have cared less about who was standing in front of him. That person was going to get it. The first was our brother Luis Delgado, his murder victim. The second one was our brother Hippolito Delgado, who inmate 269047 attempt to murder. His cold, callous, thoughtless, careless, murderous, non-remorseful attitude destroyed our entire family. We ask the board to consider the inmate 269047 actually is not who he's pretending to be for the board for the sake of commutation. Please consider everything he has demolished. Inmate 269047 never showed an ounce of mercy, remorse, or compassion. He is violent, reckless, and self-serving. For those reasons, he should be denied the possibility of a commutation and or parole and serve his entire sentence until 2045. Thank you again for considering our family's position.
Thank you. Thank you for that statement. Do we have the next person who is ready? Lydia?
No, she's not here.
And Norita?
Norita, she's not here. No, she didn't make it on time. No. Hold on 1 second. Who will be the next one? I believe is Stacy. That's the one you will be reading.
Okay. This statement is from the sister of the victim. To the honorable members of the board, I am writing to you as the sister of Luis Delgado, who was tragically murdered by Jorge Lugo. I come before you today not only to express my deep grief, but also to implore you to ensure that Jorge Lugo remains incarcerated for the rest of his life, as he does not deserve to be free. My brother Louis and I were separated when we were children due to the tragic murder of our father. For many years, I longed to reconnect with him. And in my mid-20s, I finally found him living in Connecticut. I will never forget the overwhelming joy I felt when I received that call and finally reconnected with my little brother. That weekend, I drove from New York to Connecticut, where he greeted me with open arms and a smile, shouting, "Where's my sister?" From that moment on, I made it a point to drive up there whenever I could to make up for the years we lost. My brother always dropped everything to see me, and I cherished every moment we spent together. He even came to my daughter's first birthday, holding her in his arms. We had 4 beautiful years together, but they were stolen from us. On June 25th, 2005, I was getting ready to drive to Connecticut to celebrate my nephew's birthday when I received a call that would shatter my world. My sister told me, "Our brother, Cano, has been killed." I couldn't process what I was hearing. I collapsed, overcome with grief, and cried until I had no more tears. My 5-year-old daughter saw me crying and asked, "Why are you crying, Mommy?" I had to explain to her and my 15-year-old son that their uncle was gone forever. My heart was shattered and the pain has never gone away. Since that day, I have been robbed of my brother's presence in my life. We will never share another holiday, birthday, family event, or spontaneous just because gathering. December, especially, is unbearably painful for me, as it is his birthday, one day before my daughter's. He never got to meet his grandchildren or watch his nieces and nephew grow into the people they have become. My brother Louis went out that night to have a good time after working an 8-hour shift. Jorge Lugo, on the other hand, went out with the sole intention of murdering someone. He chose my brother. He shot him cold-heartedly in the chest, and that same bullet hit my other brother, Jorge, in the shoulder. My brother was taken from us in an instant, and I have been forced to live with the devastating consequences of his murder ever since. Jorge Lugo does not deserve to walk free. He is a coward who chose to take a life in cold blood. He has left a hole in my heart, my children's heart, and the hearts of my brother's children. We had only 4 years with him, and now we will never get the chance to make more memories. My children, who were so excited to finally meet their uncle, will never experience the bond they could have shared with him. Not only did Jorge Lugo steal my brother from me, but he also stole a father from my nieces and nephews. He has forever robbed them of the love and guidance of their dad. I have to drive from New York to Connecticut now to visit my brother's grave, where I can only speak to him. I can never hear his voice again, never see him smile or share a laugh with him. My brother has missed and will continue to miss out on shared family milestones and never have the opportunity to attend any family gatherings. His actions have stolen the years that have passed without him, which has been immensely difficult to deal with. But most importantly, the future that was stolen from us because of Jorge Lugo's actions is unimaginable. Jorge Lugo had the choice that night to walk away, to let my brother live, but he chose to murder him. How much more of a cold-hearted person can you be? I hope that Jorge Lugo grows old in prison, where he can sit and reflect on the irreparable harm he caused, knowing that the life he took was not replaceable. I am asking the board to do what is right for my family, for my brother's children, and for all of us who loved him. Jorge Lugo should never be allowed to walk free. His actions were unforgivable, and he has shown no remorse for what he has done. He took my brother's life, and he should never have the opportunity to take another. Thank you for taking the time to read this letter and for considering my request to keep Jorge Lugo incarcerated. Please do right by my brother, my family, and especially his children. Thank you. And according to my list, we have one more statement.
And are you violated on a both misdemeanor bonds such as that $100 and police gave me fine 6 years? The other one was another low misdemeanor bond.
Can you hear me? Yeah, we have one more statement, correct?
Yes.
Everything except the original.
Will he be reading that statement? Absolutely.
I have
Yes, you may begin with your statement.
okay.
I'll be 30 years old by the time I get out here.
I'm sorry, can I have you pause for a minute? Mr. Lugo, is that noise coming from outside of your room?
Yes.
Can you ask the corrections officer to come in, please?
Chairperson Zaganini, it is the hearing room next door.
Okay, we're gonna ask them if they can lower it a little bit.
It's the inmate speaking in the next room.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you. Hi, officer. We're having some difficulty hearing because of whoever's speaking in the next room. Can you just ask them to lower their voice a little bit, please?
Okay, will do.
Thank you. Okay, sorry for the interruption. Yes, thank you.
Commutation hearing for this murder. Of the discoverer attempt to evade responsibility and change the sentence for his vicious assassination of my brother. Putting me in the and others in a club. Chris Bryan had an argument with a lady about she called him 269047 who came right away because he lived across the street. That's where he was from.
There's no blood.
Like nothing ever happened. Like they didn't even have it. That the border between them. When inmate 269047 came, he had an illegal gun. He didn't know who are you with the woman, just like he told the police. I figured that was going to come at me, was going to get it. The first one was my brother, the other guy, who he shot twice. He also told police that the one when we heard the first 2000.
But no proof, no blood, nothing. Simple, empty head. I was broken, simple assault or misdemeanor. And the police come and start swearing because I'm being arrested for my own residence. Like, the house is empty, the house is
pointed the gun at my chest. I realized I was shot at point blank range. I thought the blood was my brother, not mine. I left the store next to my brother after he shot us. He ran like a coward. My brother was still alive. Grabbed him in my arms. No one couldn't even say a word. My brother pulled me by my shirt. He had his eyes open. The look in his face said to me, "Help me." He took his last breath in my arms. In this game, I was begging them to take him to the hospital right away when they ripped me out of his arms. He was already gone. I didn't want to leave him there alone. That is when they told me I was shot too. I said, no, that was my brother's blood. They forced me to go to the hospital. When I woke up in the hospital, I didn't know how long I was dead. When I opened my eyes, I saw my brother and sister. I didn't hear them. I hear them say to each other, don't tell him he's dead. I told them they didn't have to hide it from me because I saw him take his last breath in my arms. I was in the hospital for 5 days and didn't need surgery because my chest. And it permanently collapsed my lung. Medical issues because of the inmate 269047 unprovoked attempted to murder me. I get tired easily at times. I feel like I'm
well, my brother comes out of door.
deep breath while inmate 269047 walks and breathes selfishly. God forbid if anything happens to my other lung. I ask myself, what would that do to me? I think to myself,
On the group of for my
opposite side of my chest.
we back to work.
So I called my wife to tell that we were shocked. She went to the scene. She didn't know if it was doing or murder. She collapsed on the floor and they had to rush her to the hospital because of the risk of my daughter.
I never heard anything about that.
When I started drinking heavily for years, my own habits and sense of guilt. Only drinking more on the anniversary of the day inmate 269047 became the murderer of my brother, who was that elder God attempted to murder me. Ask yourself, which one of you is sustain that kind of thing? I was cemetery, sit there and drink, although I don't drink throughout the year, I don't go here a lot, or as much as I would like to, because I know I could have connected. Sometimes I tell myself, never have been thought about, because I don't want to live through this pain. I don't want to live with the thought of me, my brother in my arms, wanting to help him and not being able to save him. When I go to the cemetery, I think to myself, I was helpless when he needed the most. I don't feel helpless. 269047 destroyed me, took my brother's life, and tore my family's heart out over nonsense. I see if this was about something one of us did, but it was for no reason. My daughter never got me. She graduated from high school, and first it was to the cemetery and showed up on the floor. She carried his name, Luisa, and named her Luisa. 69047 said that did not consider that our lives would be changed forever and that I live with the same torment of looking at the wounds in my arm. I knew it that in my arm. While I didn't even realize I had go through. I looked at my scar. I had a tattoo of my face on my chest. The bullet shot hit me 269047. One spot in the head and hair of my mother's image. That's probably so small for a chest shot that it proves inmate 269047 intentionally violated me and shot me at point blank range. Shows the part of her mind that will never heal and is also tortured by her traumatic heartbreak. My family fears what can happen if he retaliates because he spoke up and identified him. In 269047, reckless comments to the police make me believe he's capable of extremely violence again. No one truly knows what he is capable of now. I am afraid of what it would be like if I were to be somewhere near him. I am concerned that I will not recognize him because I only saw him briefly. But it was if he recognized me after all these years. I am afraid that something will happen and will cause my mother more suffering. Retaliate without even recognizing or knowing who he is. What if I suddenly couldn't remember while I worked so hard to forget his face? I want to remember who inmate 269047 is. I've always lived with what he has done. 269047 needs to serve a sentence of 14,600 days in its entirety. But he got slapped in the face with a 40-year sentence. 269047, ability to apply for communication as a murderer, a disgrace and dishonor to our family. Can never be released. You want him a commutation, what will be the biggest slap in my face? A more truly discredit our justical system, in the words of the Honorable Judge Roland Fasad. Thank you for listening and denying the commutation of inmate number 269047 sentence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm not sure if anyone else showed up. Do we have any more for today?
So the time. Yeah, time.
I'm so sorry, but I am happy that we were able to hear the statements that were present. If you can mute on your end, you can stay present to hear out the rest of the hearing. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we'll turn the hearing to the Office of the State's Attorney. Attorney Formicello, can you please introduce yourself?
Good morning, members of the board. Jonathan Formicella from the Office of the State's Attorney, Judicial District of Bridgeport. My juris number is 444343, and the address of the court is 1061 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut, 06604. May I continue?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, members of the board, for your time and consideration. As we just heard from the family of the victims and one of the victims speak today, nothing I can say can add anything to express the substantial amount of harm that family and the community has felt and experienced since the shooting perpetrated by Mr. Lugo in 2005. And there were not only 2 victims that night, but the entire victims' family are victims, as well as Mr. Lugo himself, Mr. Lugo's family, and especially his son, who became incarcerated and involved in things that he shouldn't have been as a result of Mr. Lugo not being in his life because of Mr. Lugo's own actions. As for this commutation hearing, there were 2 concerns that I wanted to talk to the board about. The first is in your consideration of the nature and circumstances of the crime. As I stated before, there were 2 named victims in the case, but the devastation goes to the family. It has led to addiction of family members and victims, and has destroyed countless lives and impacted countless lives in this case. In that the sentence imposed on Mr. Lugo approximately 19 years ago remains appropriate to this date, even given the weight of what Mr. Lugo has done during his time while he has been incarcerated. There was another concerning thing when reviewing Mr. Lugo's tickets while he's been incarcerated, that it's similar behavior to what got him in trouble in 2005. And it's that sense of disrespect and demanding satisfaction or taking the law into someone's own hands when they had felt disrespected. The index offense in this case was that the mother of Mr. Lugo's son was disrespected at a bar when hands were laid upon her. And in response, Mr. Lugo left his apartment and went down to that bar engaged in a physical confrontation with the individual that laid hands on the mother of his child. And then that resulted in the shooting of 2 individuals that did not lay their hands on Mr. Lugo's child's mother. The same thing where Mr. Lugo spoke about it today during questions from the board, when he felt disrespected by DOC personnel. He then picked up tickets related to violence or threatening behavior upon DOC personnel. That pattern of violence is concerning to the state, and we would ask the board to consider that. The state does recognize that Mr. Lugo's last ticket was in 2018, and that was 6 years ago, and some time has passed. And I would be remiss not to mention what Mr. Lugo has done during his period of incarceration. That over the last 4 years, from my review of the materials that were provided to my office, that Mr. Lugo has a good work history over the last 4 years, receiving either good or excellent marks in those work history reports. And that Mr. Lugo has attempted to better himself by obtaining his GED and taking college classes at Housatonic Community College, as well as expressing his desire to work with young people in order to prevent further violence, further retaliation, and stopping the cycle of violence that is harming our urban areas and exacerbating problems rather than doing what is right. And Mr. Lugo wants to be a mentor to the youth of today, and I do appreciate that. I would have liked to hear a little bit more about how he was being a mentor while he's been incarcerated and whatever remaining period of time he is incarcerated, as decided by this board. I would like to see some additional effort on his behalf on carrying out being a good mentor to maybe other inmates that are younger than him and that found themselves in a similar situation to Mr. Lugo did back in 2005. I would just say I'm not taking anything away from Mr. Lugo and the work that he's done for himself over the last 5 years. However, that the prior history of his incarceration for this offense, the 13 or 14 years, was he was picking up a lot of tickets, and he was not doing very well as an incarcerated individual. I am happy to see that he has put it upon himself to make reforms in the last 5 years. However, these 5 years don't erase that prior behavior in DOC, and I believe Mr. Lugo needs to continue to work on himself before he's a viable candidate for a commutation. And so the Office of the State's Attorney would object to a commutation at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Lugo, at this point, the panel will enter into deliberation. Everyone's free to listen to our deliberation, of course, and we'll come back to you with our decision. Okay, Ms. Turner.
The statements from the family were incredibly powerful. Their descriptions of their loss were almost tangible. Their sentiment universally that Mr. Lugo needs to serve every day of his sentence. Some of them, stating a desire that he never get out. He did receive a 40-year sentence, so there will be a point that he would be back in the community. I can appreciate their concern for their safety, as well as the safety of the community that Mr. Lugo might pose, because this was such an incredibly reckless and dangerous decision on his part, and people continue to suffer. Many people, whole communities and families, from the destruction at the hands of Mr. Lugo in the illegal possession of a firearm. He's embarked on some change. He's working to educate himself. It took him a long time to come around to wanting something more for himself in this life, whether it's his life incarcerated or when he's back in the community. I think there needs to be more time shown demonstrating the change, living the change with his behavior, because as the state's attorney points out, so many of the DRs were similar nature to the behavior out in the community. I do believe there are additional programs that he can undertake in this effort at rehabilitation, and I'd like to see him do that.
Thank you. Okay. I will echo your sentiments about the victim's family, and the victim, the second victim. Thank you very much for your participation and input today.
Such raw honesty and
right
pain.
Sure, everything comes right back. I will also commend Mr. Lugo, because I hear some change. I hear the remorse. I'm glad you were able to express that here today. And I do see that you are changing. You know, you have matured some, as my colleague pointed out, it did come a little later, but in the past 5 years, we do see a lot of programming, education, a drop in the disciplinary reports, which shows that there's some change. I do agree that there's more work to be done. You have a long way to go here, and I would like to see further programming a long period of time without disciplinary reports, and continued work on yourself. There are other opportunities there, and unfortunately, all of the disciplinary reports kind of cancel out the work that you've done. So you have to work harder to prove that you've changed. So at this point, I would not be in favor of any commutation of the sentence. Ms. Berry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I echo both of your comments that you made in connection to Mr. Lugo's progress. But I would add to our discussion that I really do not see any evidence of compelling or exceptional circumstances that would warrant his commutation here today. So I too am not in support of a commutation.
Okay. Any additional reasons for denial? Side of a lack of exceptional and compelling circumstances.
Injury and impact,
Right.
Nature and circumstance. I think the poor institutional adjustment is there as well, just, you know, because of the assaultive nature, right. Threatening.
Right. All right, thank you. In the matter of Jorge Lugo, inmate number 269047, the panel finds that there are no exceptional and compelling circumstances in this case. I'll make a motion to deny any commutation of the sentence due to the nature and circumstance of the offense, the injury and impact to the victims and their family, and the poor institutional adjustment as evidenced by the serious disciplinary reports. Is there a second to the motion? Second. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Commutation is denied. Thank you everyone for your participation today. Mr. Lugo, please continue to work on yourself and refrain from further disciplinary reports in the facility. Thank you.
This now the December 11th, 2024 commutation session of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles for inmate Jorge Lugo, number 269047. Thank you.
And we'll take a 5-minute recess before we begin the next case. Can you?
All right, I don't see your, you could come have a seat. I don't see your main member, but I just want to make sure when they get in here that they, um,
Good morning, Bridgeport.
good morning, how are you?
I'm good. I do believe the board is running behind schedule today, but at the moment the officer is not in the room. So if you can sit tight for 1 moment, I'm going to get the officer back in to give you an updated time for Mr. Gaynor.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I could use some extra time.
Mm.
So I could use some extra time.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning, yes, we can hear you.
Just wanted to let you know, we are running about an hour behind or so, just as a heads up.
Okay.
Would you be able to keep him around or call him back down around in about an hour?
I mean, yes, that would be
Okay.
fine.
All right,
All
we
right.
apologize. We're just
No,
running
no
over today.
worries. No
Okay.
worries. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. You're welcome. Okay. So just remind the officer, because you know I'm very really
Hi.
Good
you
morning,
hear me?
Mr. Crocker. And if that's Officer Mark in the background, the computer is muted. If you can just unmute. There should be a microphone icon with a slash through it. If you can click the microphone.
Yeah.
Perfect, we hear you now.
All right, we're ready.
Good morning. This is the December 11th, 2024 commutation session of the Board of Pardons and Paroles being held at NCI Shirley, Cuscom, Correctional Institution. My name is Parole Officer Furtado, and I'm the hearing coordinator for today's session. Additional board staff are also present to assist with the hearing. Presiding over today's hearing will be Chairperson Zaccanini, who will now say a few words.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Medina Zaccanini. I'm the chairperson. Other members of the board joining me today are Nancy Turner and Waterbury. Welcome, everyone. The people of the state of Connecticut have vested the Board of Pardons and Paroles with the power to grant commutations of punishment, releases, and pardons, conditioned or absolute, for convictions in the state. A commutation, if granted, may result in a reduction of your sentence. The board may also decide to release you from your sentence. In considering if to grant any form of relief, the board looks at, among other things, the nature and seriousness of the crime, its impact on any victim, the length of time that has elapsed since the commission of the crime, any efforts the applicant has made towards rehabilitation during their incarceration, and any compelling or exceptional circumstances. As an applicant to be heard today, your case has been reviewed thoroughly by the board. I wish you the best. The hearing coordinator will now give you further information.
Please note if there have been any changes to your conviction status or you've had any new arrests since filing your application for relief with the board, you must disclose such information to the board today. Additionally, without exception, any form of commutation granted by the board today may be revoked at any time for good cause shown. As stated by the chair, your application has been fully reviewed by the board. The board is familiar with your case, has read and examined your written submissions, including any written letters in support or against your application for a commutation. The panel members have copies of those letters in their files and have completely and thoroughly reviewed those files in preparation for today's hearing. There is no need to repeat what has already been submitted in writing. The purpose of your appearance today is to allow you to make a brief presentation to the board while adding any information that is not already in your file. You are required to tell the board why you are seeking relief. The board may issue a decision to you today. However, you will also receive a letter by mail informing you of the board's decision within 2 weeks. Mr. Crocker, as part of your testimony today, you are required to be sworn in. Please raise your right hand. The appropriate response to this testament is, I do. Do you solemnly swear and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon the penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Crocker, please state your name and inmate number clearly for the record.
Shawn M. Crocker, T92360, Connecticut DOC number 204918.
With the board's permission, you may proceed to explain why you believe you deserve relief.
First, I would like to extend my deepest condolences to the Price family, Daryl's mother and sisters. I'm saddened and sorry at Daryl's death. The words are awful can never replace the sorrow and hope left in your lives due to this ignorant and irresponsible act of violence. I accept my responsibility for my part in the violence that plagued my community. I'm a different man today. I grew up in the community of drugs and violence. I took part in this activity. As a more mature and older person, when I reflect on my past, I was living inside of a bubble. I saw nothing wrong with how I lived my life. This sort of life was the norm in my community. This is not an excuse for my life, just an insight to how I thought at the time in my life. I get overwhelmed with shame and regret when I reflect on my past. Ashamed that I was uneducated and misguided. Ashamed that I wasted valuable time and energy doing all the wrong things. Ashamed at the disappointment I brought my mother and kids. I now know that just because we as a community normalize something terribly wrong as drugs and violence does not make it right. I also know that kids from my same background chose a different path than me. Sometimes a person has to be removed from a situation, or in my case, the community, in order for me to see clearly how terribly wrong I was living. Violence has a generational effect on our communities. I'm not proud of my choice to get involved in that sort of life. My mother worked hard to provide for me, my brothers, and my sister. I became the guy on the corner she would point out to me and say, I worked too hard for you to be like them. Don't shame me out here in these streets, she would say to me often. I place strong emphasis on the word shame. Shame keeps a person grounded and humble. When I was young, irresponsible, ignorant, and foolish, we had a saying, ain't no shame in the game. I can see and understand what having no shame can lead to. Somewhere I lost my shame for a while. Through growth and maturity, I was able to rediscover shame, and I can say I'm humbled by shame. When I came to prison, I was young, irresponsible to my responsibilities as a son, brother, father, uncle. Prison was just as violent as the community I came out of. I struggled a lot, mainly because I still had a lot of that street mentality in me. My hope for a future outside of prison was little to none. At times, I resorted to violence in prison in order to ward off other misguided youth such as myself. It took years for me to learn conflict resolution, to understand that violence was not my only option. Through trial and error, I could say I'm better at avoiding violent situations and conflict situations, period. I now have a positive direction in my life, a purpose to be a better father, son, brother, uncle, grandfather. As you know, who we are at 17 changes on who we become at 25 and so on. It's inhumane for a person to be locked away in prison the remainder of their life, especially when that person has grown mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. This is the man who sits before you today, emotionally, mentally stable, no longer misguided, ignorant, or irresponsible. I don't want to be remembered as a problem or a blight in my community. I'm redeemable. And if this board gives me the chance, I can prove it. I can and will be a positive asset for my family and community. I've met some of the kids and friends I've grown up with in prison, and to hear them speak about the havoc they grew up hearing I caused in the community with pride and respect, I'm ashamed of how I'm remembered. These kids tell me they're holding it down like I used to. 3 decades later, the generational effect of violence is real. When I talk with these kids, I let them know that the example of violence I came up under that I used to uphold was wrong. It's a misguided way of thinking and living. There is no honor in destroying our community, causing havoc. I was ignorant and misguided, and they can correct their wrongs. They have a chance for a life outside of prison. There is no honor nor fame in never living outside of prison, not being there for your kids or your mother while she's aging, not knowing if you can make it out of prison before she passes away, to hug your mother or your grandmother, tell them that you love them one last time before they pass. Nah, nothing cool about that. There's a strain I put on my mother, and I can hear that same strain in the voices of the friends when they talk about their kids, especially the ones that end up in prison. I hear and see that same strain on my sister's face and voice when she talks about my nephew or son wanting to be like me and his father. At times, I'm scared for my nephews. I talk with them as often as I can. I also know some boys can listen and get it, and some have to be shown the right path. So I need to be there for my nephews and grandkids to lead a new way. I owe my family and community a debt. This board has the ability to help me repay this debt, to put me in a position to atone for some of my misguided decisions I've made in my life. This board can give me the opportunity to be remembered as something more than a convicted felon. I have a friend who's willing to give me a job upon my release, depending on what this board decides to do here today. I've submitted to this board a list of educational programs I've taken while in prison, as well as various jobs I've held in the nearly 30 years I spent in prison. And I've continued to take educational programs. I'm currently enrolled in the HVAC program here at MCI Shirley. It's an online virtual learning course that inmates can take part in. Also, I've been accepted into the Caregivers program. It's a program in the medical unit where inmates help care for other inmates in poor health and who have disabilities. And I'm still working as a law clerk in the law library. I would ask this board to consider if the man in front of you today is worthy of a chance to return to his family and community. I'm not asking this board to look past the crime in which I was convicted of. After nearly 30 years in prison, have I grown enough, matured enough? Will I be a threat to the community? Will I be an asset to my family and community? This is what I'm asking members of this board to ask themselves. After nearly 30 years in prison, have I done enough self-improvement for this board to commute the sentence? I would like to thank this board for giving me the opportunity to present my case before you today.
Mr. Crocker, thank you for your statement. In preparation for today's hearing, this panel has reviewed your case extensively. Included in our review is the police report, your application, your disciplinary report history, letters of support that we received from your family members. I think they were from the sentence modification, the police report, the PSI, and summary of your interview with our parole officer. So we're very well versed. We do have additional questions for you. When we're done with our questioning, we'll turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services for input. And then we'll turn it over to the Office of the State's Attorney for input from them as well. Okay, when everyone is done, we'll deliberate and we'll give you our decision here today.
Okay.
We will begin with my colleague, Ms. Berry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For Mr. Crocker, I do appreciate your opening comments. I appreciate you taking the time to write down your thoughts to convey them over to the panel. I agree with much of what you said in your opening statement in terms of your owing the debt back to your family and community and society as a whole. I also appreciated your acknowledging that you were, in fact, a menace to your community when you were out there, and the harm. And you said that you were a part of the violence that plagued your community, and you saw nothing wrong with your criminal activity. So I appreciate your insight with regard to the way that you were behaving prior to your committing this offense. So first of all, I just want to make sure that you are aware that our position is not to determine your innocence or guilt here today. It's my understanding that you have denied committing this offense from the very beginning. Is that still your position?
Yes, ma'am. And I understand that this is not a format for me to argue innocent or guilt, and I'm not before this committee attempting to do that today.
I appreciate that, because according to our documents, and you're currently incarcerated because you were convicted of this crime and found guilty by a jury of your peers for having committed this crime. And so that's our approach here today. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
So now, so it's my understanding that you lived in this community most of your life, and
Yes,
that
ma'am.
the people that were all involved with this offense were colleagues of yours, I'll call them.
Excuse me, can you say it again?
That everyone involved in this offense were your colleagues. You were all part of the same gang or part of the same neighborhood. You all.
Yes, ma'am.
And so a review of the documents indicate that this crime was committed as a retaliation for a death that occurred a week prior. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so tell us what your role was in all of this.
Well, again, I'm not before this committee in an attempt to argue my innocence or guilt, but I can tell you my actions that evening.
Okay.
And so that evening I was at a friend's house with my god brother Chris playing cards. My back was to the window and he was facing the window. He seen Daryl and another kid named Dave walking towards the building where we were at. And he said, "Little cuz coming." So we went outside and met him. It was just me, Daryl, Chris, and a kid named Dave. Me and Daryl walked to the edge of the building and we had a conversation about the homicide that took place about a week or so prior.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was explaining to him that I was out there, I know it was an accident, and I was relaying that to other dudes in the community. And so, but I still needed time to speak to a few more people. So he was like, okay. During that point, he had asked me for like bullets. And I told him I would get him bullets.
When you say he, are you referring to the victim? Okay.
Yes. Daryl had asked me about some bullets. And I told him I'd get the bullets for him. one of the guns he had, I didn't have bullets for. So I switched the gun out. When between him and Chris, I switched the gun out. Darryl and Dave walked back across the field. Chris went.
I'm going to stop you. So your role in this was that it's your position that you supply the bullets for this victim's gun?
In short, yes.
So, but I didn't see anywhere in any of the records that that there was a gun found on the victim.
I'm not aware if a gun was found on him or not. From my understanding,
I'm not sure what why you're providing bullets for this victim was important.
Could you repeat your question?
I'm not sure why you're telling us that you supplied bullets for the victim and you exchange guns and all that stuff. I'm not sure why it's relevant is my question. Why is that relevant?
I believe you asked me what part did I play.
I know.
And so, okay, so I'm giving you. So I'm giving you what transpired that evening.
So I'm trying to make the long story short.
Okay.
So in the short version, you gave this victim the bullets for a gun, or you were going to get the victim bullets for the gun, and that was it. That's your role. Other than that, you were in that community. You were very close in proximity to this crime occurring, but you were not the person who shot the victim. Is that the long story short?
Yes, ma'am.
And so I'm curious to know why people would say, okay, let me stop before I say that. So is it true that you were mandated by, I guess, the higher ups in your gang membership to take out this victim?
No, ma'am.
So there was never any discussion about having this guy who killed the victim prior to.
No, ma'am.
He was a suspect. It was never that conversation. So just tell us how that does work in the gang system. If you brought a person into a gang, which was this victim you introduced to this lifestyle, is that correct?
No, ma'am, that's not correct.
I thought you were friends with him, no?
We were friends, and we were related through marriage. My mother was married to his uncle.
Okay, so how did he then shoot this victim the week prior?
I don't understand your question.
How was this young man, the victim of this crime, how was he responsible for a murder that occurred a week prior? Is that
him and another young man had an argument. They were fighting over a gun. Mm-hmm. The gun went off and Corey was killed accidentally while they were fighting over a gun.
Mm-hmm. And you were there for that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you saw that it was an accident that it happened?
Yes, ma'am.
So this victim was never a part of the gang? The victim, the victim of your offense, he was never a part of your gang?
He hung in he was, for lack of a better word, he hung in the community.
So in your application, sir, I'm asking you these questions because in your application, you say that I am guilty of introducing him to this lifestyle. So I'm trying to understand what did you introduce him to? Because you're the one that brought him into this, right? Into that community. So help me understand.
Initially, Darryl used to hang with a kid named Scooter. Initially, Darryl used to come to the housing complex with a guy named Scooter. Him and Scooter were tight. Mm-hmm. And so when Scooter went to jail, Darryl, he hung out with me. And then he started to hang out with some other guys in the projects after he stopped hanging around me.
So he was never a member of the Island Brothers or whatever is it? Island. He was never a member of that gang?
I would say, yeah, because he hung in the housing complex with us, and so I would say yes.
So again, my line of questioning is stemming around what the rules are for this street stuff. So there was no rules.
Okay. There's no rules.
Okay.
And so,
So no one's mandated to take anybody out if there's any kind of, disagreement amongst the brothers.
no, that was a hypothesis that the state's attorney put forth as a reason for Daryl being shot.
All right, now we're good.
Okay.
Okay, I appreciate that. And so after all of this occurred, where did you go?
After the shooting occurred,
Yes.
I went to a bar up the street.
And
It's a neighborhood bar, maybe three or four blocks from the housing complex.
so tell me, why do you believe, why do people say that they saw you standing behind this vehicle with a gun in a hood, a sweatshirt or a hoodie or something?
I can't answer that question because I can't speak to someone else's intent or mindset, why they would identify me. I don't know why.
And so once the police issued a warrant and they went to your house where you were not there and they spoke to your mother, you shortly thereafter went and turned yourself in?
Yes, ma'am.
And the police said in your documents that there were instances where you changed your story a few times. At one point you said you weren't there, and then you said that you were on the other side of the street. And so do you see how it kind of made you look guilty because of if the truth is the truth, and if you speak it, if the story doesn't change. And so can you shed any light as to why you were saying that you were there at one point and then other times you said you weren't?
Okay, my position has never changed. I've always spoke the truth. I was in the housing complex during the time of the shooting. I was not on Dover Drive when Daryl was shot. So when the police asked me, was I on Dover Drive? See, they tend to leave out certain things in their reports. But when they asked me, was I on Dover Drive when Daryl was shot? I said, no, I was up the hill. And they said, well, how far is being up the hill is from Dover Drive? I said, maybe a building at the most. So I was in the housing complex when Daryl got shot. I did walk through Dover Drive looking for someone, and then I made my way up the hill. As I was up the hill, that's when the shots were fired. So I wasn't on Dover Drive when Daryl actually was shot. That was my statement to the police 30 years ago, and that's my statement to this board today.
I appreciate that. But I mean, in all the documents, it was like you were very evasive, like you didn't want to directly answer the questions and things like that. And are you saying that that didn't occur, or were you always forthcoming with the information?
What I told you here today, as far as my whereabouts in the housing complex during the time Daryl was shot, this is what I relayed to the police. They asked further questions in an attempt to get me to identify other people, which I wouldn't do. Then I said, well, after I speak with my attorney, then we'll get a better understanding of what's going on. But in my experience, the police wasn't there to help me. So I would rather speak to my attorney.
No, I understand that's the position of a lot of people today in our communities, because some people believe that the police are not there to protect them, but they're there to, I guess, convict them more so. Okay, so let's move forward just a little bit if we can. In your application, you did say who actually committed this offense. Is that correct?
This was, yes, I did.
And did anyone ever look into any of that? Into kind of trying to find another person, or did that person ever come forward?
Early on, the police had a description of the individual, but they never pursued that particular individual. Reasons I don't know why. Early on, they got a description of the shooter. The description never matched me. But for whatever reason, they never followed up and pursued that person of interest or whatever. And so
is it like the street code that you don't, what is it? Snitches get stitches kind of thing that you don't tell on other people?
during that time, you can say so, but I wasn't present during the shooting. So I can't tell the police I witnessed something I didn't witness.
So how did you find out who shot him then? Right. Through the grapevine?
This came out years later. Like different people I will bump into in prison, and prior to me being arrested or whatever, I kind of had an idea already what had happened just through other people. Okay.
So let's move forward. So you turn yourself in now, and you're in custody of the Department of Corrections.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you turn yourself in on November 7th, 1997?
I believe that's the date.
Did you ever bond out? Have you ever been re-released? Okay, so you've been in prison since November 7th, 1997. So that's almost 27 years. Okay. Thank you. My math doesn't matter. Yeah. So when you came into the prison, how did you adjust? Was it difficult for you? Were you accumulating a number of tickets? Is where I'm going with this.
I would say I didn't adjust in a positive manner.
Okay, that's fair. And so were you being defiant because you felt like you were wrongly incarcerated? Or were you being defiant out of immaturity? Explain to us your mentality, sir.
I would say it was a mixture of both.
Immaturity and defiance.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so because I think in your application you said that you received, I don't know, but I show in my records that you received 32 tickets this big?
I'm not sure how many it was, but if it says that, yeah, I'll go with it.
Okay. And you'll go with it. I mean, we're trying to understand. So when you first started getting tickets, you were immature, you said, and defiant. When did that kind of start leveling out? At what year do you think?
I would say maybe around 2000, between 2008, 2010.
Okay. And so how many tickets do you think you got per year since then?
Since 2010, that time period? If I had to guess, I'd say maybe 7
per year. Do you think that's too many, or?
No, I'm saying from between 2008, 2010 to present date to this present date, I would say maybe 7.
7 tickets per year?
No.
All together.
As I would say I would say 7 tickets. I might have got 7 tickets in the past maybe 15 years.
17. Right.
17.
So one of your tickets, yeah, it's a lot. That's why I'm saying, because you received stuff like disobeying direct orders. That was in 2015. You got 2 for that, interfering with safety and security, insulting language, refusing housing. I mean, those are things that people do that are not. It doesn't show that it's maturity or adequate adjustment. So what was going on that you were behaving this way after 2010?
So I can't recall what those incidents were technically about. But if, like, for instance, you said refusing housing, and so what year was that?
2017.
Okay, I wasn't even housed in the state of Connecticut in 2017. So I was housed out of state. And so the prison that I was at, it's gang infested. And so that might have been a ticket I caught because I refused to double bunk up with a gang member.
Okay. All right,
And
so let's
so-
talk about the ticket that you received the outside charges for.
Okay.
And that was in 2013, yeah. You got the assault on DOC? Tell us about that one.
I was just transferred back into the Connecticut DOC. I was placed at one of the most racial discriminatory prisons in the state.
And what
Corrigan.
prison is that? Oh, Oregon, okay.
Corrigan. I didn't want to be there. And so I requested transfers out of that facility. They had got a new captain there, and they were, I guess, trying to change the moral or the image of the facility. And so the captain, I spoke with the captain daily. And so he always told me, be patient. I said, okay, cool. One particular day, my patience got the best of me. And so I just wanted to go to the hole and be transferred. So the officer on the unit, he called for the captain. The captain came down to the block. He asked what the problem was. I was explaining to the captain that, the unit officer was basically being racial, man. And like, I was fed up and I just want to leave. And you would put me in a hole. I don't care. I just want to leave.
Mm-hmm.
So the captain asked the floor CO, whoever didn't lock up when you told them to lock in, write their names down. The officer came from behind the desk with a flashlight. So the flashlight they use as nightsticks to assault inmates. So the guy had a flashlight in his hand. He was walking towards me and the captain. He was telling the captain that he shouldn't be talking to me, put me in handcuffs, and get me off his effing unit. But he had this flashlight in his hand, and like I said, they use it as a nightstick. So in my mind, the dude was going to hit me with the flashlight. So as he got closer to me within arm's reach, I swung. It was a situation, like I said, it went left real fast. It should have never led up to that. But I was under the impression that because the captain told him to stay there and write down the names of people who didn't lock up, that's what he was going to do. But he grabbed the flashlight, came from behind the officer station, and he had it in his hand in a manner.
And what did that CO have any injuries as a result of your swinging?
I'm not sure. If he did, I was never told.
So, but you did receive what, an additional 18 months?
Okay.
No, I'm asking. Months. That's a question.
Oh, I'm not sure if it was 18 months or not.
Okay. But do you know if it was concurrent or consecutive to your current sentence?
I can't recall.
Okay. All right. So let's talk more about some of the tickets. So my records indicate that since you've been inside the facility, you've incurred 9 tickets for violence. You have 3 threats, 2 fights, and 2 assaults on DOC. See, we look at these kinds of things. So I'm surprised that you're really not, it's almost as if I'm taking you by surprise with my line of questioning, because these are things that we review in preparation for your hearings. We want to see, it's our jobs to determine whether or not you changed since you come into the facility up to your present day. Other than age, other than maturity, we want to see you kind of put your money where your mouth is. And for someone who's been down for so long and having accumulated so many tickets, I'm thinking that you really should have adjusted by now to being there. Not be complacent, but you should at least be compliant. And your last ticket was in 2022 for stamps, you said that they were. that you didn't realize that you were supposed to have them, but for someone who had a job inside the law library, or you're being a law clerk for a number of years, I think that is something that you should have known, that you should have been aware of, that you weren't. But we weren't talking about the last disciplinary infraction. We were talking about the tickets for violence. What made you kind of, why were you threatening? Why were you fighting? Is it just the survival of the fittest? Like, I'm trying to understand.
So if I was involved in a fight in prison, so I can't speak to exactly what led up to the fight or why I was fighting, because some of these things happened a number of years ago, and so I've never sat back and said, well, Tuesday, July 5th, I got into a fight with someone over such and such. I've never done that. But again, early on in my incarceration, I've had fights, and some of the fights had to do with maybe the neighborhood I'm from, and guys in prison from different neighborhoods. So
it was still that kind of that gang mentality, that or the affiliation. And I'm saying that because the crime that you're convicted of is very violent in nature, and the continuation of the violence in the facility is concerning for me as a panel member. I do understand that you completed a number of positive programs, and I mean, you should have really, based on your program participation, have been moving away or shying away from that kind of activity. I also read in your documents that your children really became your incentive to really kind of change your life, turn your life around.
That's
and
right.
I'm happy that that's happened, because I can see the tickets dwindling off especially between 2017 and 2022. So you went a few years without getting any tickets. Tell me what was happening in those years that you were able to kind of focus more, I guess, on your family and that relationship with your children, and shy away from getting tickets. Were you in school? Were you working?
I believe it's a mixture of both. Just me reestablishing a relationship with my kids, trying not to be, just trying to keep that line of communication open. So not finding myself in isolation units, being on loss of privileges when I'm unable to communicate with my kids and mother, my family, working, just involving myself in different types of programs. Because prisons has changed since I came in. So the prison environment isn't as toxic or violent as it was when I came in early on.
Okay.
And
all
so,
right.
and
I mean,
so
I can understand that.
Having understood that the climate of the prison has changed, and I don't have to constantly be on guard of being attacked by something somebody might have thought I've done years ago. And so that kind of put me in a relaxed state also.
I appreciate
because the environment is different.
All right. So now let's move, and this is really going to be me, I'm almost done with my question. The premise of your requesting commutation is that your sentence was inhumane?
I believe it is, man, because I was given a sentence. Basically, I was given a death sentence in here. I was given a sentence, man, that I've yet to see someone complete alive. And so, even if like I said, I was tried 3 times, found guilty the 3rd time in the court. I was young at the time, so I believe it was room for growth and change. And so, again, just to sentence someone like that, it seems as I've gotten older now, it seems harsh.
Okay.
Because I believe I am redeemable.
Okay, I don't think that they, okay, so let's move forward. So now you, the premise is it was inhumane. So you requested a sentence modification and that was denied, right?
I believe I went to I believe it was a sentence review or something like that I went to.
Right, you were at a hearing and they denied that you received confirmation that your sentence modification was denied.
Yeah, the judge denied it.
Okay. And how did you feel about that? Because it was more than one person that reviewed your file, right?
It's one judge.
Right. But after looking at your file, hearing from the victims and all the stuff that you've accomplished since you've been in prison, the judge still said that your sentence at this day and age, 2022, was appropriate. How did you feel about that?
Just the fight continues. I was a little put off that he didn't reduce it, but I just keep pushing forward. I couldn't. I have no other way to put it. I'm like, I mean, I was a little put off, but again, I just have to keep moving forward. I can't sit still and wallow and be like, whoa, me. I understand, in a sense, I understand his position, but I don't, because in his decision, he recognized that I've grown and changed. But on the same token, he felt as though my sentence was appropriate. He cited a case, and I can't recall the case off the top of my head, but I guess it was dealing with extraordinary circumstances. And he said there was nothing extraordinary about my growth and change, but continue to move forward in a positive manner.
Well, I did read his decision, and if I'm not mistaken, I'm gonna come back to you on that because I didn't print that out, but he said that based on the nature and the circumstance of your crime, he did not believe that it warranted your sentence being modified.
Okay.
I'm pulling it up right now. Here.
Yeah.
No. I mean, I think that's just a bit, because our criteria here today is similar.
Same, yeah.
Yeah, we're looking for compelling or extraordinary circumstances. And if a court of law didn't find that in your application, I'm not sure how us lay people who work for this board could find. I mean, we're obviously educated enough to be here, but I'm saying that a judge who looked at your sentence in connection with your type of crime made the judgment that it didn't warrant a sentence modification, and now you're here for a commutation under the same kind of premise. And I'm wondering what is compelling or extraordinary about the case.
Maybe he got it wrong.
All right, I'm all set.
Thank you. So what do you think is extraordinary about your rehabilitation and growth?
I wouldn't call it extraordinary.
Right.
It was just a moment where I realized that, I can live my life better. I can be a better person. I can be the type of person that my kids and my mother needed me to be.
Mm-hmm. But that's what prison is supposed to do for you. It's supposed to make you come to that realization. So are you implying that anyone who comes to that realization should have a reduction in their sentence?
What I'm saying is that when as a young person,
mm-hmm.
and you don't have certain skills or guidance, and it takes a young person maybe longer to acquire those skills and guidance.
Yeah. Right.
To be the man they should have been. And so, and excuse
Go
me.
ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
And so at 30, 35,
Yeah.
that's the man I should have been at 18, but I didn't possess the skills or the guidance to be the man, that man at 18.
Yeah.
That I am at 35, 45, 50.
Right.
And so I look at my time spent in prison. I've been in prison nearly 30 years.
Right.
And so you said, well, what's extraordinary? What has changed? Again, I'm not before this board in an attempt to relitigate my case.
Right.
But I've literally spent 30 years in prison for a homicide I didn't commit. That's extraordinary. Right. And I know this board is not. I'm not before this board in an attempt to litigate that. That's just
because of course it's not our job to determine wrongful conviction or
exactly.
Innocent. That is not our job, and we certainly don't use that as one of our exceptional and compelling circumstances.
And I would say that and I understand. So the previous lady, she read the police reports concerning my crime.
Right.
But there's also witness testimony.
Yep, we have those transcripts. Yeah.
And which speaks truth to that I've spent nearly 30 years in prison for a crime I didn't commit. What's extraordinary is I'm not bitter.
Yeah.
I'm not bitter. I'm not angry. I'm not playing the woe me, the blame game. That's extraordinary in itself.
Have you reached out to the Innocence Project at all?
Yes, I have.
And they didn't accept your case?
I don't have a DNA case, they said. My case is
they're all based on DNA?
On DNA.
Okay. I don't understand that process. I was just curious. All right. Like you said, we're not here to relitigate. I did have a question because something struck me when I read the police reports. At the time of Corey's death, you were found at the scene in a bulletproof vest. Why were you wearing a bulletproof vest?
That was a norm for me.
That was something you did regularly.
Yes.
Wow. So at any moment you're ready to get shot. At that point in your life.
I wouldn't say I was ready to be shot, but I say I took certain precautions to if I were shot, I survive.
Wow. That's a tough environment to live in.
It was, I mean, at the time living, it was normal everyday living for me.
Yeah.
Not to say that it's normal, but growing up in that environment and everybody around me was a reflection of one another. So this is not an excuse or nothing, but that was just the norm for me. Yes, I wore a bulletproof vest.
Okay. So there's been a lot of discussion about whether or not the Island Brothers was a gang. What do you say today?
Island Brothers were a gang.
Okay. Why did we spend so much time saying it wasn't a gang in the past?
Because we never viewed ourselves as a gang. Other people did. But understanding the gang definitions today, Island Brothers were a gang. Island Brothers were a gang. We just viewed ourselves as kids from the neighborhood that grew up on the waterfront together.
Right.
That's it.
Right. All right. And you did go through the SRG program, right? You went through the phases. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
And you did some programming while you were in there. So I did read about the programs that you've taken. If I'm being perfectly honest with you, I don't see anything out of the norm of what everybody takes. Is there something that you can tell us about the programming that you think you gained something from? You know, which program would you say was the most impactful?
conflict resolution, building job skills, learning how to do resumes and applications,
Okay.
word cell, basic computer things that I know nothing about at the time.
Right. That makes sense because, yeah, you've been incarcerated for 27 years and the world has changed so much in that time period. Okay. Are you still working as a law clerk?
Yes, I am.
And how long have you been doing that?
For about 20 months now.
Okay. You've held a lot of jobs. I see kitchen, janitor, commissary, laundry, painter, biohazmat removal. So which was your longest?
Institutional laundry.
Laundry? How long did you do that?
For about 5 years.
Okay. Why are you in Massachusetts, sir? You were there voluntarily. Why did you choose to go to Massachusetts?
I was told that if I voluntarily accept to be transferred this time, that Connecticut DOC wouldn't get involved in any facility placements that I will have.
So you get to choose where you want to go in Mass?
So Massachusetts has a system set up like their system is set up on points. So the lower your points, the lower security you'll be placed at. My previous placement out of state, Connecticut wouldn't let me out of maximum security. And so if I agree to be transferred out of state again, Connecticut agreed not to get involved in any placements whatsoever.
But wait a minute, you weren't in maximum security prisons in Connecticut the whole time you were here?
But being placed out of state, it's a different classification system.
Okay.
So under Connecticut system, I'm not eligible for medium placement to like 2043 or something. But out of state, all I have to spend, long as I was in 2 years, as long as I spent 2 years in maximum security, I'm eligible for medium. I'm eligible for medium placement. However, every time I came up for medium placement, Connecticut will send an email or a fax mail or something and say, well, under Connecticut's classification policy, Crocker can't be placed in medium security to 2043. And so what's the difference? What's the difference in the levels
as far as privileges go, or how do you benefit? Go ahead.
I'm afforded more opportunities to engage in programs.
Well, but you did a lot of programs in Connecticut, no?
But I did some, but at the current facility I'm in now, I have a pick of programs here.
Okay.
So
what program are you looking to take?
Currently I'm in the HVAC program now. I've currently signed up for the HVAC program, so I'm doing that. I've been in that program for about maybe 3 weeks now.
Okay.
I've just got accepted as a to participate in the caregivers program here. The caregivers program is basically about aging inmates, taking care of other inmates.
Okay.
So it's a program in the medical unit. So I just got accepted into that. And
so when do you start doing that?
They're doing a training. I believe the training is the first week of January for the program now. So you got to go through a training process and all that, and then you get scheduled for the work or whatever.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, sounds like good stuff. Do you think maybe you applied for your commutation prematurely? Looks like you have a lot of things on the horizon coming up.
I'm just looking to stay busy, seeing what I like as far as, job wise.
Yeah.
So I don't think necessarily I might apply too early. I have an aging mother. And so by me being in the caregivers program, I maybe learn how to take care of her.
Okay. All right. That makes sense. But in the process, you're also giving back, right?
I would say so, but as a guy that's been in here nearly 30 years, I'll be 50 years old in a couple of weeks. And so I may be one of the guys in the medical unit that need assistance. And I will hope that some of the guys here will sign up and participate in the program.
Yeah.
And be caring to me.
Right. What was your offer, sir, before you went to trial?
Excuse me?
What was the offer presented to you before you went to trial?
I believe it was 30, 35 years.
Wow. So you went from 35 years to 60. Okay. So you really thought you were going to win that trial?
I had 3 trials. Yes.
Okay, Mr. Crocker, thank you for speaking with me. I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Ms. Turner.
I'm wondering, sir, what your thoughts were about the victim impact that was shared as part of your sentence modification.
At the time, to be honest with you, I didn't think anything of it. When I got sentenced.
No, I'm saying 2 years ago, when you applied for sentence modification and the victims weighed in, what were your thoughts or feelings about what they had to say about their loss?
That is, I was sad that to see the hole that's left in their lives due to Daryl not being around any longer. And so they have every right to feel the way they feel. And so I would never, ever try to take anything away from that or try to minimize the loss that they suffered. And the loss that they continue to reflect upon during his birthday or holidays or things of that nature. And so it's saddening.
And I imagine, because the sentence modification was 2 years ago this month, and now here we are, and they're being asked to comment again because you're looking for another opportunity to reduce your sentence or get out early. Just occurred to me when you were talking to my colleague about the timing of your sentence modifications, your commutation application after the sentence modification. So you joined the Island Brothers at age 13? That's what I read.
Okay, yeah.
So you completed SRG phases 1 through 3?
Yes, ma'am.
How far into your sentence did you do SRG?
Well, I believe they SRG'd me within 30 days of me being arrested.
Right, but when you came in to begin your sentence in 2001, when did you take the SRG program?
I was placed in
I'm
SRG
sorry, yes,
in 1998. In
Okay, you did it in
1998.
Okay,
Yeah,
so it was some time ago. Do you remember, what your thoughts were about the program? Was there anything of value in it, or was it a joke?
It afforded me opportunity just to, I didn't take it as a joke. It helped bridge like gaps between prisoners to get to understand one another, because we're forced to live amongst each other, and so they'll take rivals and put rivals together, and then we'll figure out that we're really not rivals.
Okay, so it was somewhat therapeutic to, minimize the conflict there in the facility among prisoners.
I believe it did, because some of those relationships that I made in the SRG group, in SRG housing units, it benefited later on in general population in resolving conflicts, because like I may know a guy and we were cool, and so I might have a problem or he might have a problem with somebody I'm cool with, and 9 times out of 10 it's just a misunderstanding. If we can just talk, we can figure it out, man, without it becoming physical. So I would say I benefited from being in that program.
I like the word you use, bridge,
Yes.
because it helped take away some of the differences between you and others. When did you start to see the violent culture of your gang?
I was raised around it, so it was
how you knew it to be.
I was just raised around it, so that's what it was. And so to me, being a youth, a kid in that environment, it wasn't violent. It was just everyday life.
It was just culture. Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
which is why you were wearing a vest.
It was just culture. So
who brought you into the Island Brothers? Do you remember?
My family. So I had it's basically my older cousins. They were before it was Island Brothers. It was just that. They were just, it was some cute terrorists. It was cute terrorists. And then later on it became Island Brothers. And my family lived in that complex. So
Understand.
it was just
yeah.
So
Officer Furtado, the room is muted, and Mr. Crocker, you are muted somehow.
Okay. All right, we're back.
Can you hear me now, sir?
He's still muted. You're muted.
Oh, that's not his. You have to call them. He can hear it. You call the officer.
Could you call the officer in because your side went muted? Went mute?
Officer, we just need you to unmute for some reason.
Like he has.
Thank you.
You can hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay.
So my question was, you were in the gang from age 13 to 22 when you committed the murder. Was there a ranking system in the gang? Did you have a leadership position by then?
So how you guys use gangs today, the Island Brothers wasn't structured like that. It wasn't like
Was there any structure?
No, it wasn't.
Okay,
so it was basically it was like pockets of kids that hung on different ends of the complex. So it may be 6 dudes. Go ahead.
Did you bring individuals into the Island Brothers?
No.
Not even Mr. Price?
Again, so Daryl used to hang with a kid named Scooter from the housing complex.
I did hear you tell my colleague that.
And so Daryl and Scooter went to school together. And so they would skip school and hang out in the projects. And so when Scooter got locked up. And so that's when Daryl started hanging with, he hung with me.
Right, I did hear you tell my colleague that. So when Corey died while you were holding him, what did that do to you?
Corey didn't die in my arms. Corey died at the hospital. So it's this perception that somehow Corey made it to the hospital. He made it through surgery. Then he had a kidney or a liver bleed, and they rushed him back into surgery, and he died later on that night.
Okay, so
But-
what it is, but you were there when he was shot. What was that like for you?
Losing any close friend is a troubling situation. To lose anybody you close to. And me and Corey, we were close. Me and Daryl were close. And so this
I'm just
I felt the
wondering,
same.
in the aftermath of Corey's death, did you give any thought to changing where you were living, who you were with? You know, did this just seem like it was a part and parcel of, you know, your community?
After Corey died, I thought long and hard about what am I gonna do now? What should I do next? Do I continue to hang out in the housing complex, or do I do something different? And so I was in the process of doing something different, but I got arrested for the Darryl Price homicide. So that never happened, doing something different for me. I didn't get that opportunity.
Why was Daryl killed?
Daryl was killed 2 reasons. One was it was a misunderstanding whether or not Daryl took something that he shouldn't have took. And then when Corey got killed, that was just used as a justification.
Are you willing to share with us what that something was that he was accused of taking or thought to have taken?
It was drugs.
Were these drugs that the Island brothers sold or used, or both?
So
Thank you for talking with me, Mr. Crocker.
Thank you. Mr. Crocker, I had one more question. Have you taken any college courses throughout your 27 years of incarceration?
no,
Why not?
that's a good question. And I recently had an opportunity to sign up for Tufts at the facility.
Wow.
But I let the enrollment thing pass. But I believe they may be doing another enrollment. I gotta check, but I believe it's February or April. But I just missed the current enrollment because I wanted to keep my law clerk job. And so, but then I said, you know what? Maybe I'll enroll in it just to see what it's about. But I missed the sign up period for it.
Wow. I mean, I wonder if you appreciate what a Tufts education means out in the world, as most people say. I mean, that's huge. I couldn't get into Tufts if I tried.
And I've
If you have that opportunity,
I just recently learned that they have a program in this state for offenders getting out. So if you didn't finish your education while incarcerated, they have a program where they allow you to attend Tufts outside of prison and help you with housing. I just found this out like maybe a month ago. Okay. So I didn't know how good the program actually is, the course actually is.
Yeah, and I will share with you that many of the people we see on a regular basis who have benefited the most have participated in educational programs. But we see
yeah.
huge change in people who take advantage of. So I would strongly encourage you to do that if you can. All right, so at this time, we are going to turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services for input. You can listen. I'll just ask you not to interrupt, please. Ms. Hamlet-Williams, thank you. Ms. Hamlet-Williams, can you hear us? Yeah, please.
While we're waiting for her, I did look up your assault on public.
Yes.
Yes, thank you so much. I do have a statement from the mother of the victim, as well as a brief statement from one of the sisters of the victim, who asked that I just relate to the board, and I quote, "This is just not a good time for me. I lost my son this time 3 years ago." That being from the sister of the victim. And the statement from the mother of the victim reads, "It has been over 25 years, and up until now, the defendant has never reached out to write to me or try to express and type any type of apology or remorse. I feel that he's expressing his remorse now because he wants a modification of his sentence. He has known how to reach out to our family, and up until now, he never has. The death of my son has been devastating to my family. We were a close-knit family, and it has never been the same. Nothing will ever bring Daryl back, but I feel like if the defendant is released, another family may go through what we went through. I don't think the community will be safe with him out there. I teach my grandchildren that the choices you make can follow you for the rest of your life. I wish him no harm, but he needs to take responsibility for what he has done. He has not even served half of his sentence, and he is asking for it to be reduced to the absolute minimum. I don't feel that this is justice for my family and for my son. I am worried about my younger male children because Shawn is very dangerous, even for myself. My daughter had a nervous breakdown because of this. She suffers from a mental illness now. I had to raise my grandchildren because of the impact Daryl's death had on her. The whole family has just been shattered by this. I am not trying to control the board or trying to punish him forever. I have forgiven him because I have to forgive, but I have not forgotten. Every day, there are constant reminders that my son is gone. Mr. Crocker's family can still see him. I will never see my son again. I do not feel that a reduction in his sentence is appropriate and would object to any modification. Thank you. Thank you, panel.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hamlet-Williams. Okay, and now we'll turn to the Office of the State's Attorney. Attorney Doyle, can you please introduce yourself?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for having me here today. Good afternoon. My name is John Doyle. I'm the State's Attorney for the Judicial District in New Haven, and I'd like to address the panel on behalf of Mr. Crocker's matter. I did forward the board. I did get some materials from the board, although I did not get the summary with his parole officer, which that is fine, but I did get some copies of materials that Mr. Crocker submitted to the board. I also did forward, and I believe the board did get some materials that I was unsure if you had, so I sent them along, which were the transcript of the previously mentioned sentence modification hearing by the board, as well as the decision by Judge Harmon from 2 years ago, again last month, when we were here in New Haven for a sentence mod before the court. I'm not going to belabor too much of the facts. I think you know the facts and the history of Mr. Crocker's case. There's a few things that I just do want to point out. This office has spoken with Ms. Price, Mrs. Price, Veronica Price, the mother of Daryl Price. In the past, we've spoken to their sisters. The victim advocate here today, and I don't think that Ms. Hamlet Williams got this communicated by them, but what I do know is what they've told our office is, like a lot of victims, they're tired of coming to these things. And they were very upset about having to be contacted and referred to come here. They told me that, and I told them that if we weren't able to get some kind of statement from them that Ms. Hamlet Williams did read, that I would respond for them. But I do want to say to them is, let's call it like it is. It's 2 weeks before Christmas. And I'm sure that this is bringing up a lot of horrible thoughts and memories for them. But I do want to be clear about a lot of things that Mr. Crocker has brought up and what you see on the history of the case. So I do need to make it very clear that at the time that this was going on, okay, I myself, I think I was a prosecutor for about 1.5 years at that point, okay? I was not in this office, much less the state's attorney. But I'm very familiar with the case because I've had to read it and I've had to look at things and I've had to address things because over the years, Mr. Crocker's had various appeals, various habeas trials, at least 3 habeas trials, in which, and even noted in his PSI, when he got sentenced, right before he got sentenced, he indicated that he would, quote, work on his case. So over the years, there have been a variety of additional things. Sentence review, which is different than sentence modification hearings, both of which, you know, were denied. Several appeals that were denied. Several habeases that were denied, several appeals of the habeases that were denied. There's at least, by my count, at least 14 different times that at least 14 different judges, and that's not counting the appellate court or the Supreme Court, have looked at these matters, which obviously, as you know, consists of a lot more judges. Mr. Crocker has maintained various different stories or various different views, but what is the same old thing that it keeps occurring every time? Is the absolute lack of acceptance of responsibility for what occurred here. I think you noted, the board noted it when he started talking, because I think it's the same, for lack of a better term, script Mr. Crocker's been using for years. I'm sorry to the family. I'm sorry for the situation. I'm sorry for what occurred, but no acceptance of responsibility for taking the life of Mr. Price. There is no doubt, and I can tell you, I've reviewed all this, and whether you accept my representation or not, you've seen it, this was gang-related activity. However, Mr. Crocker wants to define the Island Brothers 25 years later. Mr. Crocker, they were a gang, and you were part of them, and you were part of the violence infested in the city of New Haven about 25 years ago that was brought on by the Island Brothers. At his trial, a New Haven police detective testified all the intelligence and observations that he had done of the Island Brothers, including, even before this murder happened, observing the defendant with the Island Brothers, observing the defendant's conduct, and even interviewing as an intelligence police officer individuals and getting information where Mr. Crocker admitted to being a member of the Island Brothers and being involved in their hierarchy. There was evidence at his trials that he introduced Mr. Price and others into this gang, and it's the state's position, it will be, that Mr. Crocker acted in response to the possibility, which was never determined one way or the other, that Mr. Price was responsible for the death of another person. I think we all know that even if that was true or not true, Mr. Price Mr. Crocker did not have the ability or the choice or the decision to take another person's life. And this board has looked at matters where people make rash, young decisions, make decisions in the heat of moment. This was a decision to seek out and execute Mr. Price for something that he believed that Mr. Price was responsible for. Mr. Crocker sent you a variety of transcripts that I can't even explain to you what I don't know what the proposition those are for. It took me a while to go back and research, but what I determined is those were several individuals that Mr. Crocker, in making complaints about the police, the prosecutors, the courts, all of his prior lawyers, all of his prior trials, attempted to bring in a variety of people to proclaim years later that either he was somewhere else or that he had something else to do with it. No courts found any of that testimony or that presentation, whether put on by Mr. Crocker's attorneys, to be credible. I know one of the members, I inquired about a part where he indicated that somebody else said that somebody else committed this crime. One thing that didn't come out, Mr. Crocker didn't point out to you, is that conveniently years later, the individual that Mr. Crocker is proclaiming took responsibility for the murder of which he was convicted happens to be somebody who's deceased. And it was another person coming in and saying, hey, before the guy died, he told me that he did the murder that Mr. Crocker was convicted of. Very suspect at the very least, as a court found it. Some particular comments that were noted in hearing that I want to bring up. I do want to note he had a prior history before this. He had a prior histories of assaults before this. And then even after he went into custody, he had additional assaults. I don't have the complete records. I only know what I ran this morning, and the board knows how to interpret them better. But I see like 60 disciplinary matters while he's been in custody, including the aforementioned assaults on several correctional officials. During one of the board members brought up, and I just wanted to comment on one particular aspect. I think at one point it was asked of Mr. Crocker as to what prior offer or prior sentence that he had. I just want to point out to the board, as a prosecutor for over 27 years now, having myself conducted numerous jury trials and even murders, quite a fair number of murder trials. A murder trial is a very complicated matter. It involves a lot of competing interests. It involves the state of Connecticut having to prove charges, the highest level of the legal system, beyond a reasonable doubt, to 12 citizens. That's required in a murder, 12 citizens, not 6, not anything else. We're not a unanimous, we're not a situation where some people are majority rule. It's 12 people beyond a reasonable doubt. And contrary to what a lot of individuals like Mr. Crocker will claim, is when the state has to put that on, we're bringing in witnesses, we're bringing in families, we are putting that whole matter on display. I'm quite sure that Gerald Price's autopsy photos were presented before a jury in that courtroom in front of his family. It was Mr. Crocker's decision to hold the state to the very high burden of proving this case beyond a reasonable doubt. And we did. I want to clarify, he said there were 3 trials. There were not. There was 1. And then during the proceeding of that trial, it had to stop because they determined there was a conflict among the lawyers. Trial number 1, which I think he refers to as trial number 2, was a hung jury where the jury wasn't able to make a decision. And then there was a 3rd trial where he was convicted. At his sentencing, Judge Lager noted what she thought was appropriate sentence, a very accomplished judge. She imposed the sentence that she did because, to quote from that transcript, which I also believe that you had, she noted that, as I indicated to Judge Harmon as well during the competency hearing, that Mr. Crocker at the time thought he was above the law and that apparently other people were not entitled to the due process of the law, that Mr. Crocker is taking full advantage of. I just want to point out that irony to you. He went out and executed somebody because he thought that he was responsible for a homicide. Instead of reporting to the police that that individual was involved in a homicide or offering information that was so that individual can be confronted with our justice system and brought in. He went out, was judge, jury, and executioner. But guess what? He got the due process that he gets. He got a jury trial. He had 3, 4 habeas trials. He had the Supreme Court and the appellate court look at it. I couldn't agree any stronger with the family that this is the appropriate sentence for Mr. Crocker. Last thing. Last night, I attended a Project Safe Neighborhoods meeting in New Haven, which involves state and local and federal law enforcement, city officials, police chief, mayors, addressing individuals who have recently come home from being incarcerated. And I think your board knows about what this panel's, that kind of thing is all about. Probation and parole officers direct recently released individuals to show up to these meetings where we have a strong meeting with them and explain to them about welcome home, don't get involved in behaviors again. And then just like the parole board and the probation does, resources are offered. At that meeting are several individuals who were just recently released. And there's also individuals who are doing outreach in the community who were released, who address this group. Individuals incarcerated for a long period of time. Families who lost loved ones to the violence talking to these young men. And what I hear Mr. Crocker here today between his denial of responsibility, talking about what he would do when he gets out, the influences that he may have on other young people, I will tell you as a state's attorney, that chills me. I am worried Mr. Crocker is not the individual that I would want, to the extent that I have any control over it, of which I do not, addressing young people in the greater New Haven area about steering the right path or steering a different path when he cannot accept the responsibility for his behavior. Last night, we had addressed New Haven has a 27% violent crime rate per capita in the community here. In the last 2 weeks, we've had 2 teenagers killed in homicides. It's very disturbing. It hasn't changed in 25 years. We've addressed some of it. We go after, fix it, and then other people replace. Sometimes we can steer people the right way. We've done so. I saw a few in that meeting last night that were steered the right way and are trying to do the right thing. Again, I believe that Mr. Crocker's sentence is appropriate. I would ask you not to commute it. And thank you for letting me address you here today.
Thank you very much, Attorney Doyle. Okay, at this time, Mr. Crocker, the panel is going to enter into deliberation. You can listen to our deliberation and we'll come back to you with our decision. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Ms. Beardy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate all the input that was, everyone that participated in the hearing today. I honestly, before even considering their input, I was concerned about Mr. Crocker's file or his application. You know, I do appreciate that he is making strides in his rehabilitation. Sounds as if he really does have some good things on the cusp to help increase the chances of his being a law-abiding contributing member of society. There in the facility, but you know, with the programming that he's talking about participating in, and his interest in wanting to help others, I can really appreciate that. When I was speaking with him, I did ask him about the extraordinary and compelling circumstances. He again declared his innocence, which we have no control over. And he said that, you know, he served almost 30 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit, which again, that's just another way of saying I'm innocent. But when the judge reviewed his file for the sentence modification, I said that our criteria is similar, but the court's criteria is good cause or a legally sufficient reason to modify his sentence, which we don't have to meet that criteria. They didn't find any good cause. They didn't find any sufficient reason. I don't find any exceptional, compelling circumstances in this case, and I don't find a reason to commute his sentence today. Again, I do hear that he's working diligently to improve his chances, and I've heard also his desire to return to the unite with his family. Everyone that is in his position really do have those desires. And it's not to negate the work that he has done and he is doing, but I just think that there is more work to do. And he can prove himself more and be better prepared for, you know, me asking later. And I heard the family say they're tired of it, and I understand completely. This is an atrocious, this is an atrocious crime. And it does occur far too often in our neighborhood. And I just hope that Mr. Crocker is sincere in his, when he says that he wants to help other people. So, but help before he can help other people, he has to help himself. So that's my long story of saying I support a commutation here today. And I appreciate you listening.
Thank you. Ms. Turner?
Just as a point of clarification, the 2014 conviction for assault on public safety did result in an 18-month sentence that's to be served consecutive, which is why his release date is in the middle of the year 2059. I struggle with a 60-year sentence. I know 25 is the mandatory minimum, and I struggle with his lack of acceptance of responsibility at the same time. So we kind of have both of them playing out. He's soon to be 50 and has yet 30 years left to serve, which really does amount to a life sentence for him. But it's a challenge to think of an appropriate amount of time to reduce the 60 years by. You know, and as Attorney Doyle pointed out, this has been reviewed over and over again at many different levels and by, as he said, 14 judges. You know, so whereas we probably not see a 60-year sentence now, back then, it was and continues to be deemed appropriate.
Well, and he was also offered 35 before he went to trial.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'd be interested in your thoughts.
All right. So my struggle, and I think I alluded to it in my questioning, was I think it's a little premature. You know, I think I do see some change in Mr. Crocker. I do see that he's now trying to involve himself in lots of programming and has been ticket free for a couple years.
I do like the idea that he wants to pay it forward with, you know, you talked about giving back, but he described it as paying forward with the caregiving.
Right. Maybe if this was 5 years from now and he had done the things that he's talking about and had remained out of trouble for some time, I would feel a little differently.
Right, that's right.
I don't think it quite rises to the level of our standard for exceptional compelling circumstances to warrant a reduction in the sentence, a commutation of the sentence. I don't think we're there yet.
That's where I was too. I mean, I just.
It is difficult, and I understand it is a very long sentence, but tried 3 times, as we heard, an initial offer of 35 years, and you know, that's the court's decision. That is not our role here to determine an innocence and wrongful convictions and such. It went back to a court that imposed the sentence, and as the state's attorney pointed out, they didn't feel the need to modify the length. So today, yeah, I couldn't support a grant and a reduction of the sentence. Okay. Do we want further reasoning?
I would, the 32 disciplinary infractions are extremely concerning. And I would add, the
training impact.
Yes.
Okay.
The constitutional adjustment. I'm fair is it's
yeah, no, I understand.
So for the 18 months, you got an outside charge for it. So yeah.
All right, thank you. In the matter of Shawn Crocker, inmate number 204918, the panel finds that there is no exceptional or compelling circumstance that would warrant a reduction of the sentence. Therefore, the commutation application is denied for additional reasons of the nature and circumstance of the current offense, injury and impact to the victim and the victim's family, and poor institutional adjustment as evidenced by the disciplinary reports. Is there a second to the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you for your participation here today.
This concludes the December 11th, 2024 commutation session of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles for inmate Shawn Crocker, inmate number 204918. Thank you.
We'll take a 10-minute recess, please.
Good afternoon, officer. The room is muted. If you could just unmute on your end. See the microphone icon.
Right there. Good?
Perfect, yeah. The
Okay.
board's just taking a brief recess, so they'll get started in the next couple minutes, but you can leave everything connected as it is and we'll get started shortly.
Thank you.
No problem.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gaynor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. This is the December 11th, 2024 commutation session of the Board of Pardons and Paroles being held at Bridgeport Correctional. My name is Parole Officer Furtado, and I am the hearing coordinator for today's session. Additional board staff are also present to assist with the hearing. Presiding over today's hearing will be Chairperson Zaccanini, who will now say a few words.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning. My name is Jennifer Medina. Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Medina Zaccanini. Other members of the board present today are Nancy Turner and Rafaro Berry. Welcome. Oh, he's the only one here. The people of the state of Connecticut have vested the Board of Pardons and Paroles with extraordinary power to grant commutations of punishment, releases, and pardons, conditioned or absolute, for convictions in the state. A commutation, if granted, may result in a reduction of your sentence. The board may also decide to release you from your sentence. In considering if to grant any form of relief, the board looks at, among other things, the nature and seriousness of the crime, its impact on any victim, the length of time that has elapsed since the commission of the crime, any efforts the applicant has made towards rehabilitation during their incarceration, and any compelling or exceptional circumstances. As an applicant to be heard today, your case has been reviewed thoroughly by the board. I wish you the best.
Thank you.
Please note if there have been any changes to your conviction status or you have any new arrests since filing your application for relief with the board, you must disclose such information to the board today. Additionally, without exception, any form of commutation granted by the board today, may be revoked at any time for good cause shown. As stated by the chair, your application has been fully reviewed by the board. The board is familiar with your case, has read and examined your written submissions, including any written letters in support or against your application for a commutation. The panel members have copies of those letters in their files and have completely and thoroughly reviewed those files in preparation for today's hearing. There is no need to repeat what has already been submitted in writing. The purpose of your appearance today is to allow you to make a brief presentation to the board while adding any information that is not already in your file. You are required to tell the board why you are seeking relief. The board may issue a decision to you today. However, you will also receive a letter by mail informing you of the board's decision within 2 weeks. Mr. Gaynor, as part of your testimony today, you are required to be sworn in. Please raise your right hand. The appropriate response to this testament is I do. Do you solemnly swear and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon the penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Gaynor, please state your name and inmate number clearly for the record.
Andrew Gaynor, 340794.
With the board's permission, you may proceed to explain why you believe you deserve relief.
Okay, do you have a statement, sir?
Yes.
Okay, you can read it
Yes,
now.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm nervous. Excuse me. Good morning. I would like to start off by saying thank you to the Board of Pardons and today's panel for giving me the opportunity to be heard here today. I would like to also apologize to my victims, Mr. Darby and Mr. Reynolds, for all and any physical and psychological trauma that I've caused them, their families, and my community as well. I'm deeply sorry for my senseless acts. There's no words I can use to explain or express how sorry I truly am. I never regretted nothing more in my life. All my life, I've used one excuse after another since I was a kid.
Yes, I grew up in a single parent household, 3 brothers, 1 sister, no father, but my mom did her best to make sure we all stayed on the right track. But she could never fill a void I always had growing up, which was a father. I always harbored my feelings and looked for something or someone to fill that void. Growing up, I dealt with abandonment because I thought my dad left me. And I had resentment towards my mother because I blamed her for me not having a father. At that time, I never opened up to nobody about my pain and frustrations. I just kept it all in because I never knew how to express myself the right way. As I got about the age 13, 14, I started hanging in the streets, which I thought was cool, and it gave me false hope and a sense of self-worth and a messed up view of my purpose in life. It felt good to be called on by my peers and have their support when certain situations occurred. I was able to give them what I always wanted, somebody to call on and support me, but I was blinded by bad intentions, something I was missing as a youth. When I used to do good in sports or anything positive, wasn't nobody there as far as family to encourage me to keep going and stay focused. But in the streets, people made me feel like I was somebody. And I looked up to all the wrong people in the neighborhood to fill that void of abandonment. I chose to live a negative lifestyle that I once thought and felt was right. My way of thinking led me to getting in trouble and making poor life decisions. And at that time, I didn't know the true value of my life, my daughter, my family, and my freedom. I turned around and abandoned my daughter and my family with my senseless acts. I realized I was guilty of the same thing I blamed my parents for. This may sound the same, but this incarceration was a blessing. I was able to get a new outlook on life. I was able to wake up and realize this is not the life I want to live. No more excuses, no more letdowns. It's now or never. I can't erase my past, but I can use it to make better life decisions as a son, father, loved one, and a law-abiding citizen, no matter what my circumstances are. I had to learn what accountability was and take responsibility for all my actions and become more conscious of my beliefs. During my incarceration, I had to figure myself out mentally and emotionally. I took some time, but I was able to use different tools from programs and real life situations to avoid a lot of altercations. I learned how to tuck my pride and walk away, think before I react, and analyze certain situations and control my response so I could come up with positive reactions and outcomes to negative energy and negative situations. Besides me wanting more for myself and understanding the meaning of life, and my foundation is my daughter. I watched how my incarceration crushed her mostly in the beginning. I see how she put herself together for me mentally, physically, and emotionally during this journey. The love, energy, strength, and support she's given me in some of my lowest moments during this journey has helped me come a long way. I'm blessed to have the bond we share today. I know you may be wondering why now, why wasn't she enough before? And the best answer I got is that I didn't value her that much, because if I did, I would have made better life decisions prior to this incarceration. During this journey of mine, everything hasn't been perfect at all, and there's no excuses for the things I've done that led me to receiving DRs, because I should have made better life decisions, period. Just a lot of growing pains, regrets, and lessons learned. During this journey, I've completed many programs to better myself, like Tier 4, which helped me understand my addiction, how to figure out and identify my triggers that led to my drug use and senseless acts in my life and my community. I was able to destroy and rebuild my life values and core beliefs, which has helped me gain a new perspective on life and change my thought process. I was able to open up, share some of my pain and frustrations, break down barriers, a lot of self-reflecting and positive transformation. Voices helped me to understand the pain and trauma I've caused my victims, along with their families and my community, which I'm truly sorry for. Also made me more aware of my actions and gave me a view as a victim. I realized that my actions affect a lot of people. Those I love, who love me, support me. Even people who don't know me, who's around and not around, and the same for my victims as well. Anger management helped me understand the cause and effect of my temper, how to have self-control of my emotions and mental state of mind, find different outlets to vent and cope with with my frustration, no matter what the circumstances are, and how to remove myself from situations. Fatherhood taught me time, patience, love, support mentally, emotionally, and physically, along with communication is important to have with my child and being a present father, not a distant dad. I've also completed Tier 2 Voc Ed wheelchair repair, and I recently completed a 2-hour training class service for the blind human guide technique. I completed the patient care assistant program and began working in medical. I made new friendships with a few residents I cared for and actually enjoy helping others in need in a positive way. I had a situation where I took a resident outside who was dealing with dementia, and we were going for our routine walk. After 2 laps, we sat and he took unusual breath that wasn't normal at all. So I had the rec officer call a medical code white. The medical team came and he was sent to an outside hospital. That day I experienced grief, anger, depression, isolation. It was hard on me and I almost quit my job, but I knew my new passion was working in medical. So I followed my heart and decided to take the next step to become a CNA, which gave me another way to give back. I did the dog program from 6 months where I learned how to properly train a dog. I've also completed CCAR, which helped me further my education and to get a little more understanding on how to help others with addiction. CCAR helped me to understand recovery as a coach and in recovery, the basic needs and how recovery is impossible without purpose. And it's about the recovery. And it's another way for me to give back and do something positive and productive with my life. I have multiple goals I plan on achieving through hard work, dedication, and determination. I plan on using my CNA license to find gainful employment and get acclimated back into the community and reconnecting with my daughter, getting to know her, my nieces and nephews as I focus on my priorities. And once I get to where I need to be, my 2-year plan, which starts with me and my priorities, will lead me into my 5-year plan that falls around helping young males and getting my CDLs, along with furthering my education in medical and helping my daughter with her goals and business plans as well. As I sit here today, I'd like to apologize once again to my victims for my senseless acts and my community. I tried to come up with a speech, but I felt my words won't really mean much. But I'm truly sorry for the pain and trauma I've caused with the poor decisions I made in this case. So as I sit here today, I'm asking for forgiveness. I'm far from the person I used to be. I put in the work to become the man I am today. My values, my work ethic, my change of character, and my morals are all different for the better. I've been preparing myself to succeed once I make it back into society. I'm no longer selfish. I'm not impulsive. I took the time to detox to actually rehabilitate myself and change my life for the better and let my actions speak. I didn't understand life, so everything I did when I was in the streets, I really didn't understand the impact and effect it had on my community, my family, and my victims. None of it hurt me at first, but I know now. I know my triggers, and I'm ready for whatever comes my way, and I'm truly sorry for the pain I've caused my victims, their families, my family, my community, and everything I put my daughter through. I don't have all the answers for the things I've done throughout my life, just a bunch of excuses and false justifications, poor values, and a horrible set of core beliefs that I chose to live by that I no longer live by or believe due to my process of change and wanting more out of life. I'm looking for an opportunity to let my actions prove I'm a changed person, to show my growth and maturity as a man, physically and mentally, to be judged by who I am today, not who I was coming into the sentence. I've been in contact with my counselor, Dupree, who's the reentry counselor here at BCC for resources out here in Bridgeport. And I've also been in contact with Ms. Holly Walewski, the reentry and community outreach coordinator at the U.S. Attorney Office, to get information for counseling, vocational training, reentry centers, and employment programs out of Waterbury and Norwich, New London County. And she told me whenever I'm released to contact her and she'll do a formal referral on the computer for Project Longevity that'll help me get my priorities together as far as my driver's license, family support, mental health, and mentorship. That'll be very helpful to my transition back into society. Once again, I would like to thank today's panel and the Board of Pardons Pro for giving me this opportunity to be heard here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gaynor. Okay, so the panel is very well versed in your case because we've reviewed all of the documents in your file to include the police report from the time of the offense, the PSI, your application, the summary from your interview with the parole officer. We have your certificates and evaluations from inside, disciplinary report history, letters of support from family members, friends, a mentor. So we're really up to date with your case, but we do have some additional questions. Okay.
Yes, yes ma'am.
We don't have any input from the Office of Victim Services or the Office of the State's Attorney today. So it's just us. When we're done with our questions, we'll deliberate and give you our decision here today.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Mr. Gaynor, the big question here, why? Why did you shoot these two victims?
Basically, like, so I could just, like, you want to know from the start, like, what transpired to lead up to this?
I don't need a big story, but I mean, we don't have much explanation other than I read somewhere is a fight over a gun transaction. So we could start there.
Yes. I sold one of the victims a gun.
Give me initials. Who'd you sell the gun to?
I sold the gun to...
Surely you know the names of the people you shot.
Yes. To Mr. Reynolds.
Okay, I just said use initials, but okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right. Okay, so you sold the gun, yeah.
And the gun had defects where it didn't really work. Like you had to do a little bit of extra to make it work.
Okay.
And my other victim in the case had a problem with it. And he was going around telling people when he see me, he was going to do physical harm to me. But me and my other victim, we talked about the situation and we came to an agreement where everything was solved. But his friend, the other victim in the case, didn't really like agree, and he wasn't cool with the situation.
Yeah.
So the agreement that me and Mr. R came to, he basically was like, throw that out the window. Like, I don't.
He didn't like the agreement. So what happened?
So whatever I said, one day I seen him, we had words, and like he stood on what he said. So probably a couple weeks after the first time we had an interaction was the night that the case I'm sitting in front of you today transpired. And like I got dropped off. We was coming from the club. I got dropped off and I was coming across the street.
You got dropped off where? Where were you headed?
I was going with my girlfriend at the time.
You were going to your girlfriend's house?
No, at the time I was getting dropped off on Main and Sims.
Why?
What my case transpired at.
Why did you get dropped off there? To confront them?
No, I was getting dropped off to jump in a car with my girlfriend because at the time
your girlfriend was waiting at this spot.
Yes, it was a bunch of people.
All right, let's stop for a second. Mr. Gaynor, you're going to have to be very open, honest, and direct. We don't have all day. This is the first question of many. So move it along. What happened?
Long story short, Mr. Reynolds drove a car towards me. I had a gun on me. I pulled out and I shot him and Mr. Darby.
Okay. Why were you there?
I was going to get in the car with my girlfriend at the time, who was Paige Jane. There was a bunch of people outside, and at the time I didn't know that neither one of them was there when I got dropped off. So your girlfriend was
hanging out in this neighborhood, and you got dropped off there to go with her?
Yes, I was coming from the West Indian Club on Main Street, on Main and Tower.
3:30 in the morning. Yeah, I mean, people stay out late. Okay.
So I was coming from the West Indian Club on Main and Tower, and she was already on Main and Sims.
Okay,
So when we drove straight down Main Street, I got dropped off, and at the time I didn't know that Mr. Reynolds or Mr. Darby was outside. That they
Okay.
was there. It was just a bunch of people, a bunch of females, and a couple other males was outside.
okay. So they start driving towards you, you see them, and you, I mean, listen. Did you think you were gonna get run over?
I did get run over.
Okay, all right. But in that time, you had enough time to stop, pull out a gun and shoot. I mean, a car drives faster than a person gets a gun out.
Yes. And
What were you thinking? I mean, what did you think was gonna happen when you started firing, what, 11, how many bullets?
about 11 and 12.
11. The others were the victims. So,
Yeah.
okay, 11. What did you think was gonna happen when you fired 11 bullets into that car?
Before I didn't get to fire all 11 shots at the time.
There were
Before,
11 found. There were
no,
11.
yes. Yes, ma'am. Before he ran me over, I probably got off 2 shots. And then I got hit. He ran me over. I literally went up the hood off the top of the roof of a minivan, and I landed with my gun still in my hand. And then that's when the other guy jumped out the car, but my adrenaline was rushing. I was able to get up and return fire.
Why didn't you just run away? I mean, you shot 11 times to their 3 after you started shooting at them.
Yes.
I mean, at 24 years old, you should have known that, uh-oh, if I keep shooting, somebody's going to die. You're very lucky, by the way, someone didn't die. We wouldn't be having this conversation at all.
Yes.
All right. So why'd you have a gun anyway? Why'd you have a gun to begin with?
Honestly,
Yeah, I don't want you to lie, honestly.
You raised your right hand.
it was just something I always had a gun on me. When I was just home, I used to keep a gun in my possession.
Right. And what are guns used for?
To harm people.
I mean, there's no other purpose. Yeah, exactly. All right. Why did you always carry a gun? That's just the lifestyle you were living on the street? Were you
Yes.
selling drugs?
No,
Were you part of a gang?
no.
Okay. So always carrying a gun. All right. You were also on escape status, right? Why'd you leave the halfway house?
Due to a altercation.
What was the altercation? With somebody a resident in the halfway house?
No, a resident outside the halfway house.
I'm confused. Go ahead.
Basically from a previous situation, from a fight basically in jail.
Okay.
And it just like one day.
Go ahead.
No, one day I was walking back to the halfway house, and I was approached, and I reported it to my counselor at the time at the halfway house, and I told my counselor I wanted to put in for a transfer.
Yeah.
And at that time, I already had been granted parole, and he was trying to reach out to my parole officer to check my address because I was going to parole out to Newington. And at the time, every time my parole officer was supposed to meet up with my sponsor at the time, it was a conflict of schedule. So, and be honest with you, I didn't.
You know what, Mr. Gaynor, you know what the problem is here in this conversation? You have a lot of excuses. I want to try to squash that right now.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, what could you have done differently in that situation? Because if you never escaped from the halfway house, then maybe none of this would have happened. I don't know. What could you have done differently?
I went and talk to someone else.
Yeah, or if you truly felt threatened, if you felt like you couldn't walk out the door of the halfway house, call the police. This is some guy out there trying to hurt me, waiting for me outside the halfway house. No?
Yes, but at that time, just due to the lifestyle I was living, due to what I believed in. Like
Exactly. Now you're talking. That makes more sense to me. At that time, you never would have thought to ask for help or call the police. I can understand. That makes sense to me. All right. So listen, you've been incarcerated for over 11 years now, almost 11 and a half years. You have 12 disciplinary reports that I don't really like. It has been 3 years since your last one, but what was that assault disciplinary report for?
horse playing.
Oh, I did read that. You claim it wasn't an assault. You were horse playing.
No, yes, it was horse playing.
What about the pruno? The 2 prunos before that?
I did it. I accepted it. Like I had no reason behind it. I did what I did, man.
Yeah.
There's no
So
excuse.
why did you continue to make poor choices? Regardless of what we do here today, you're parole eligible, so you would have had a parole date eventually, 2028. Why did you continue to make poor choices and harm yourself? Because you're not hurting anybody but yourself at that point.
Just going through the motions of growing up. Just still making poor decisions.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you have taken a lot of good programs. Which program would you say was most beneficial to you?
Tier 4.
Tier 4. Okay, so you spent 6 months living in a community, right, within the facility?
Yes.
Okay, what did you learn from the Tier 4 program?
Just basically like I was able to reevaluate myself more so like than I ever did before, like during this incarceration. It's just like my values and my core beliefs, like my lifestyle, and then a lot of build up frustrations and a lot of pain, and just Tier 4 really helped me like change my way of thinking, like, and really made me realize like everything that I value wasn't right. When I was home, my values was horrible. My core beliefs was horrible. My core beliefs was all based off the street and the lifestyle I was living.
Yeah. When did you do Tier 4?
I'm gonna say.
Does anybody have a date?
2022.
Was that December of 2022 you finished it?
Yes.
All right, that's a supportive, sober community. Were drugs a problem for you when you were in the community?
Yeah, well, yes. Like before this incarceration, I was like heavily addicted on Molly's.
Yeah.
So like I was literally like doing Molly's almost every day.
Okay. All right. So, do you still want to be a nurse someday, eventually?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Did you get a CNA certification?
Yes.
Okay, you finished that program? Are you working as a CNA in the facility now?
Yes.
How long have you been doing that?
I've only been in the facility now for about 3 weeks, but prior to this, I was a PCA for like a little over a year.
Okay, so you've been a CNA for the past 3 weeks. Are you in a medical unit?
Yeah. Yes, I work in the medical unit. I work in the infirmary.
You work in the infirmary. Okay.
Yes.
And you were a PCA for how long?
A little over a year at Osborne.
All right, so you did similar stuff in their infirmary?
Yes.
Okay. Have you worked with anyone who's a terminal?
Yes.
Have you seen anyone pass?
Not like in front of me, but I've seen someone go out and not come back.
Yeah. Yeah.
That I've taken care of.
Mm-hmm. All right. And when was the 6 months you did in the vet dog program?
I'll say September 23. I think September 23 until like earlier this year, September, October, November, December, till about February
Okay.
24.
Okay. So did you get the opportunity to train a dog?
Yes,
You were a handler?
I was a backup, but like you could basically say I was a primary due to like the partner that I was with
Yeah.
probably lasted about my first 3 weeks, and then he was kicked out. So I basically, the puppy we had, I basically was a primary for a month until they transferred another person from McDougal to Osborne to become the primary.
So why did you leave that program?
Because I was always going to I always was going to stay in medical. I left medical because it was a lot of like negativity going on. So I left to get away, and I basically had to reset myself mentally.
Okay.
And I always was going to do the CNA program, and I let at the time, Counselor Swanson, who runs the dog program, I let him know that I wouldn't be staying in the dog program. Like, this is just temporary, and once the CNA program comes back around, I'm going to leave to go take the CNA program and get my CNA license.
Got it. And when did you do the wheelchair repair?
That was about
How long did you do wheelchair repair?
I was in Cheshire. That was like earlier on during my sentence, about 2016, 17, 2016.
Okay, for how long?
That was about a year.
How many wheelchairs do you think you repaired?
Easily over 25.
Nice. Okay. You did apply for a sentence modification last year and you were denied, right?
Yes.
Yeah. What's your understanding of why you were denied?
They said that they would like me to do a trade, and they brought up my my DRs. And
Yeah,
but
disciplinary reports.
the main one he talked about was the assault ticket.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it looks bad. You know, on paper, it looks bad. For sure. You spoke a lot about your daughter. She's 16 now, right?
no, she'd be 16 in February.
Oh, 16 February. Okay. We did get a letter from her, a very nice letter. And you're very lucky that you have the relationship that you do with her, right? Because she needed a dad, just like you did. It's weird how the cycle has repeated itself, right? Because you said you had that bullied your whole life and went to the streets for it, and then you did the same thing to your own daughter.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh boy. But you do have some positive supports. I read about the positive supports in the community. One of your old friends is a firefighter, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's great. How long have you known him?
For about 20 years now.
Yeah, long time. That's good. I mean, very honorable career. You were in school as well, right? As an untuck?
Yes.
Did you have to stop going in order to do your job?
No.
Why'd you stop going?
Just like mentally, I wasn't focused, and it was a lot like for me to deal with at the time, like, and just dealing with everything that was going on. Like, I let like my mom and my daughter like they vent to me a lot. So it's like, be honest, I get my emotional from my mom. Like, my mom is very emotional, I'm very emotional, and my daughter is very emotional. So they vent to me a lot, and just English never was like really my subject in school. And like doing the English class that I had was a little like difficult, and I felt like I wasn't in the right state of mind mentally to sit there and complete it. So instead of getting a failing grade, I just signed out, and I never signed back in.
Okay. So you're asking to go to a halfway house, when eventually you are released. Do you have a sponsor as well? Where will you live after that?
No, I was hoping to find somewhere to go on my own from the halfway house, because I know it's programs that have, that'll help you find housing, and I don't want to go back to Hartford. All my sponsors is in Hartford, so I'm basically trying to start somewhere fresh and somewhere new.
Okay. You come in contact with your victims or anybody from your previous life in the streets during your incarceration?
No, I actually spoken to one of my victims. Well, no, I've spoken to two of my victims because, like, one of
How
my
many do you have?
no, it's two victims,
Right.
but it was, I consider my victim child's mother because she was at the scene. So I've spoken to her as well. Like,
Oh, okay. You spoke to one of the victims. How did that go?
like it went smooth. Like basically just like it ain't no grudges, ain't no hard feelings. Like he spoke his piece, I spoke mine, and just like we both came to a mutual agreement. Like we both just want the best for each other. Still in the community, what up? We can go about my business. He go about his business. Like
Was
it ain't
that DD?
no.
Oh, the other one?
Cause I be getting their names mixed up.
Oh. What year was that?
But the last time I had a conversation with him probably was about 2021.
And that was in the facility?
No, this was like over the phone, like me calling somebody and he was just around them.
Oh, I see. Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
Not an actual hugging it out.
Got it. Well, no, I didn't know if they came across each other in the facilities. All right, what is We Rise?
We Rise.
Yeah, it's a program that you mentioned. We Rise. Did I make that up?
You did. You said it's gonna do Project Longevity or?
Yeah, you said you wanted to do Project Longevity and We Rise. You don't know what it is? I'm supposed to know. No. Somebody must have told them to write it. All right. Go ahead. It's what?
No, I know it was like I had to like go over it.
Reentry Welcome Center, the Career Navigator, We Rise.
Well, didn't he send us in?
Yeah.
That was one of the programs from. It was one of the programs from what
It's not even his name.
Right, but it's, at least that explains down at the bottom.
Yeah,
next to your
right.
signature, what We Rise is.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, they were writing on behalf of a different person. That's in his packet? Interesting. Okay. It's not. All right, I'm gonna thank you for speaking with me. I'm gonna turn it over to my colleagues now. Ms. Turner.
Okay, so Mr. Gaynor, this is your second period of incarceration greater than a year, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this is your second gun conviction, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And, you know, you're talking about your daughter, and I'm glad things turned around, but the larceny one that you got convicted of, you committed that crime the year your daughter was born.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So you were gone for, you know, about a year at that point, and you were, you know, by virtue of the larceny one, you were a convicted felon. Was that a motor vehicle theft, or what was that?
Yes. It was a motor vehicle theft. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. It's a problem when you choose the high-end new cars. You get larceny one. So, you were, as a convicted felon, prohibited from possessing of firearms and ammunition. And then in 2010, you got the gun charge for criminal possession. And you got the 2 years of special parole attached to the 3 years you had to serve for that. And that's what you were, you were in a halfway house on special parole when you escaped.
Yes.
And now you have a new sentence with more special parole.
Yes.
And the gun you used, the shell casing was tied to another shooting. So you were really out there wild westing in Hartford, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know Mr. Davis when you shot him in the arm outside the Salvation Army?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It's just too much. It's ridiculous. You see it on the news every day. People are being shot in our cities. Young kids in New Haven. It's just so concerning. And then you were afforded the support and the help of special parole and you just walked away. And,
Yes,
honestly, these two individuals that you shot at, you had 2 murder charges that were nollied because they lived, but it wasn't for lack of an effort on your part to kill them. And you realize that in the police reports, there's nothing about them driving at you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm appreciative that you're going to stay out of Hartford. That's a good choice. Yeah. So why do you have a recovery coach certification? What are you going to do with that?
I got a recovery coach certification. It's for me to help people, like to help give back, do something productive with my life. Like I was an elder in Tier 4. Like if it wasn't for Tier 4, I would have never did CCAR. There wouldn't be no recovery coach certification if it wasn't for Tier 4. Like sitting in there and meetings and groups and getting to talk to people, open up to people, and have people tell me things about their life. Like I thought some of the things I went through was hard or difficult. Sometimes I thought that I had a hard life, like growing up, but compared to the guys that I met in Tier 4, like I had it good. I had it easy.
Well, you sit here with a whole slew of lovely support letters on your behalf. So you definitely have much more going for you than a lot of people that you're interacting with there on a daily basis. It's really good that you appreciate that at last.
Yes, ma'am.
So I read this whole description of the We're Here For You camp and daycare.
Yes.
As a plan for you, where does that fall in your release? How far out are you going to be working on that?
That's in my 5-year plan. Like my first 2 years, I plan on focusing on myself and getting my priorities together. Like, 'cause if I can't get myself together, I can't help nobody. I can't be there for nobody else if I'm not right.
Yeah. And there are a lot of similar programs that already exist. And you could really learn a lot by, finding ways to volunteer in those programs to learn how they operate so that you can be successful in your initiative. I read it and I just honestly, I don't mean to be discouraging, but I don't know how realistic this is because you're going to have to recruit hundreds of volunteers that are going to support these kids. It's kind of a boys'
and girls club.
Well, no, it's more like the Big Brothers, Big Sisters is how this sounds. And you have to vet all these volunteers. You've got to carry heavy amounts of insurance for them driving kids in their own vehicles and things like that. There's a lot to think about detail-wise screening, these volunteers. So I like your concept, but it's way more complicated than I think you appreciate. So, I really do encourage you to connect with these programs that already exist and figure out how they do it and what they do well and what you could do better. Because I just, I think there's some things you haven't thought of yet in terms of pulling that off. But I'm glad that it's not going to be your immediate focus, because you got a lot to pay attention to, and you have 6 years of special parole as part of this sentence.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So, you haven't taken the new thinking program, right? The new version of Good Intentions?
No, ma'am.
You're doing quite well. I'm glad that you found your passion in the medical field. That's, good for you to focus on and as a way of giving back. I'm struggling with your record of disciplinary problems there in the facility. So that's where I'm at. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Ms. Berry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Gaynor, I'm looking at your PSI, and it says that you had a conviction for a June 3rd, you were charged with a June 3rd, 2013 shooting. It says where the offender approached the victim's vehicle, pulled out a gun and shot multiple times, striking the vehicle 3 times. Was that you?
Yes.
So now we're talking about
3 incidents.
Well, 2 victims, but 3 separate incidences where you acquired a firearm shortly after you escaped from the facility. What was the purpose of your getting a gun so quickly? Like, did you think someone was going to come after you?
Yeah. Yes, like, just at that time, my mindset was stay safe and protect myself.
Being safe, but you were the aggressor, where you were just shooting at people. Did you have an agenda? Had someone wronged you? There's several different people who you were shooting this gun at recklessly. I'm just trying to understand. Like, you left the halfway house in February, and by July, you had 3 different incidences of shooting. Not just being in possession, but actually discharging a firearm. Were you on a rampage? And you took the SRG program, so they had you affiliated with a gang. Was it gang retaliation?
No, I got one of my victims is two of my cases was one of the guys who said he was gonna harm me. So
okay, yep, I understand that one.
The case prior to me shooting both of my victims was with the other victim in the case, and I actually was on a bike. It's the same victim in the same case, so different case. I was on a pedal bike, and I was coming up Barber Street, and he was sitting on the corner. Like, he pulled up to the corner, and he was watching me. He had enough time to pull off and go on about his business. I only could see one hand on the steering wheel at the time. So the whole time he's watching me as I'm coming up Barber Street from Barber and Western Street, and he's on the next intersection on Barber and Judson, and he's watching me the whole time.
Okay.
So as I got closer, like I said, I only could see one hand, and so
So wait, I knew it was 4 incidences. So I also see in April 28, 2013, where you shot at a vehicle that was occupied by 2 individuals.
April 28th. Yes.
It's okay. It's this is so much like my colleagues haven't figured out. I'm all set, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Gaynor. So we're going to deliberate at this time. Give us some time to discuss your case, and we'll get back to you shortly with our decision.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It is a lot. I mean, you know, I do appreciate that Mr. Gaynor is open today about a lot of things. I think he has some difficulty expressing himself, but we see that sometimes, right? So we have 2 assault first cases that we're dealing with here today. Of course, very concerning. 2 people were shot. Thankfully, they're still doing fine today, but you know, that's by luck, I suppose. I'm concerned about the disciplinary reports as well. Last one was 3 years ago. However, it does appear to me that Mr. Gaynor has done everything possible. It looks like he really tries to involve himself in anything and everything that he can in the facilities to better himself. He's taken every program we have, and he's been working, going to school, getting certificates. He had excellent evaluations from everybody, all of the staff in the facility. He spoke very openly and honestly about where he came from and what he wants for his future. He has plans for programming in the community and work and schooling. He has a support system in place. He is parole eligible, and at this point, his eligibility date is in 2028. I would be willing to take some time off his sentence. I think that the level of programming and work that he's engaged in is compelling for me. Anyway, I'll speak for myself. And he will have the support of parole, regardless of what we do. He's got 6 years special parole to follow his sentence, but that's where I stand today. Ms. Turner?
It's really a mixed bag. I mean, you know, we have not just, you know, outrageous offenses going on in our community, repeated acts of being willing to not only illegally carry a firearm, but discharge it and striking people, injuring them.
Right.
In violation of parole and state laws and the deadly weapon offender registry that he was on. I mean, all of that. And then we have, you know, his record in the last 3 years that has improved.
Right. I just want to correct you, though. He wasn't on parole at the time. I just want to clarify that for the record. He wasn't on parole.
Okay.
He was on community release, DOC.
Okay, but he had two.
Oh, okay. I thought you
as part of the prior gun charge.
Prior stuff. Okay.
And he was on escape status.
Right.
Okay. So, you know, it's so that record and then the discipline is quite concerning.
Yeah.
So with that said, he has 6 more years on this sentence and 6 years of special parole. So we're talking, you know, about 12 years, and he's already 35. So we're looking at 47 before he's done with this.
Yeah.
I could see something modest, like 3 years, that would bring him forward towards a discretionary parole hearing.
What did you say, 3 years?
Mhm.
Okay,
Reducing it to 15 from 18.
making him eligible next year. Okay. Ms. Berry, thoughts?
I can appreciate all the efforts that Mr. Gaynor has put forth to turn his life around. He really is giving back there in the facility. And I hope that he continues to do that. In my opinion, he has a sentence that is parole eligible, and he will receive some relief at some point if he continues down the road. But I mean, these crimes are just too much. It's too many shootings, too many. It's too much for me, and I just don't see. I cannot support a reduction in this sentence. So.
Okay, and I agree with you. I mean, it is a lot, but he's explained that, you know, all of these cases that we see, they have a lot of violence from their history, and it's the hope that they turn it around and the violence stops. You know, that was him over 11 years ago. So,
Yeah.
all right.
Age 24. And he, you know, I take great comfort in that he's going to stay out of Hartford.
Yeah.
Like, that's critical to his reentry success.
Right. Okay. Is 3 the most you'd be willing to do?
It is.
Okay. Enough said. Okay, in the matter of Andrew Gaynor, inmate number 340794. I'll move to commute. Let's see, they're consecutive sentences. So I'll move to commute the second assault first from 9 years to 6 years. So the overall sentence will be commuted to 15 years. We will not touch the special parole, followed by 6 years of special parole. Does that make sense? Okay. We do find the majority of the panel finds exceptional, compelling circumstances given the extensive programming and work and education. Okay, is there a second to the motion?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? This is a majority decision with panel member Berry dissenting. Okay, so we have voted to grant your commutation, and we've commuted 3 years. So 3 years off, okay? So you will be parole eligible. I would strongly encourage you to keep working, keep doing programs, continue to avoid disciplinary reports, and we'll see you in the future.
Thank you.
Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
This now concludes the December 11th, 2024 commutation session of the Connecticut Board of Pardons for inmate Andrew Gaynor and number 340794. Thank you. And this now concludes the December 11th, 2024 commutation session of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles at 2:03 p.m.
Doctor.